This show is intended for adult audiences. You know, people with bills, backaches, responsibilities, and a functioning sense of humor. It contains strong language, stronger opinions, and the kind of jokes that might send the emotionally fragile into a full-blown meltdown. If you're easily offended, perpetually outraged, or think words are violence, this is your cue to clutch your pearls, grab a blankie, and sprint to your nearest safe space. Or, you know, just get in the sea. We won't miss you. For everyone else, buckle up and let's have some laughs.
Rated D for Dickhead.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
Hello, you dirty little boys. Are you interested in my body?
I'm gonna come.
Nice tits.
A real set of badonkers. Packing some Doban hunkeros, Baghanaga hooks, humongous hungalamga no logangas.
I want people in the industry to be a little bit louder about people being mean to other people, and maybe say it's not a good thing.
I don't really care, Margaret.
Hello. I'm off. Basically, run.
What's going down, babes? Show me the loving.
Silence! You are too gay to be the doctor.
I'm wonderful, and I'm the most amazing person in the universe.
Exterminate!
Go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them. With the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want.
But hey, that's just a theory. A theory.
Demonic presence at unsafe levels. Lockdown.
Why are you running? Let's take some dope.
I am like,
I have had hallucinations on weed before.
if I get that high,
Them babies, Alyssa. Disabilities. I wanted to finish Elden Ring, goddammit.
He's a piece of
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
the reason why DEI was put in place in the first place is incredibly disingenuous racism and sexism, people being discriminated against. This was put in place to try and
Disillusioned young dudes.
white men or straight people. Someone's getting a job over them that doesn't deserve it. People are missing out on jobs that deserve it more than a person who's getting it because they're a woman or because they're black. But these people are making a lot of money, print money, cash,
Money. Well,
capitalism, raise a bunch of money, more money, heaps and heaps of.
I'm afraid I've got some bad news. Bad news.
Done with the laws from
Boys are the fans, mother lickers, yeah! Woo! Hanging, freaking, smegging loose. Hello, everybody. It's Sunday, and you are back somehow again for whatever reason watching Will of the Fans. My name's Will. See what I did there? And we are here. It's WTF Live Red Dwarf Edition, time and Red Dwarf in space. And we have got quite a show for you today. A very divisive pair of episodes, if I do say so myself. Not that I had anything to do with making them divisive, but let's see. Give it time. We've got the first 2 episodes of Red Dwarf with no rimmer whatsoever. And I got to be honest.
He's in a flashback.
It's okay. He's in a flashback. Fine. Almost no rimmer whatsoever. And it's different. It's
Rimmer is 99.9% of rimmers, sir.
Yes, we're like it's like 85% rimmer free. The first episode. The second part is completely rimmer free, and next week will only be about 60% rimmer free. But we'll see, because there's considerably more rimmer in the next episode, even though rimmer is not present in the cast.
Yeah,
or in the present
is
day.
More about rimmer for not having rimmer in it.
Yeah. It's interesting that look, we'll get to it. We'll do a round table before we go into the actual episodes. We'll do a round table and we'll discuss how we all feel about it, because it is a divisive one. This is the number one reason. This pair of episodes is the number one reason people went, well, season 7 kind of fell off. You know, well, I don't think it did. I think the writing holds up. I think they did a marvelous job with what they had, which was a pretty shitty hand, and they managed to cobble together something pretty great. But we'll see. In the meantime, other lickers, that's right. It's time for us to review some Red Dwarf and hopefully maybe even get some Jackbox in if there is enough in the bars. We'll find out. But of course, in the meantime, we've got a lot to talk about and introduce the panelists. So let's see. I know how I feel about it already, and we'll go around. Each one of you do your intro and then tell us how you feel about this pair of episodes. Okay, so we'll start with John as always.
Indeed. So it's been a good morning. I watched the episodes again for a second time. I'll give you a little hint. This is the first time that I've watched, because I always try to just stay right where we are with the timeline of events on the reviews, right? Try not to get ahead or anything like that. First time I got done with 2 episodes where I'm like, I could probably watch the next episodes. I haven't yet. I haven't yet. Because I was nope, I gotta hold to what I'm doing here, because I like to think that I bring fresh eyes to this experience. And I think
that is something unique that you are bringing, you and Helzo. So I like that. But,
so I try to make good on that, but I can tell you this much: after we finish today's show, I probably will watch the next 2 episodes. So if that gives you any kind of indication where I'm at with this, because that would be before next week. But yeah, I didn't want to get ahead, but I was very tempted. So
is this a you hated the episodes and you desperately wanted to go and see more rimmer, or you really loved the episodes?
I didn't even know anything about rimmer. My take on this is that it's an arc is completed, and now Lister, he's got a new challenge, and he's got like the new quest, and he found friendship with this person that seemed to be his ultimate kind of rival and antagonist.
Look, don't get your hopes up about Kochanski. That's all I'm going to say, man.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, Kochanski's
a comedy show.
New Kochanski's great, but what I'm saying is that it's definitely a shift in gears. I watched the extended versions, so there wasn't a laugh track or anything like that.
No laugh track.
So yeah,
still enjoyed it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was a different experience, but I was like, you know what? I already watched one of these extended episodes. It's the laugh track that's making this all a little, but it's also kind of a renewal and a reinvigoration of the show. It's kind of like a soft reboot midway through, but but I'm here for it, actually, to be quite honest. Other than that, yesterday on the Week in Culture, if no one is aware, Cult Games, maker of Great Rebellion, where I mentioned it a few places here already this week. They're great guys. They were going to get a game out this week on Friday on the 21st. They were putting out the 2084 edition of the Great Rebellion, which they had already compromised some things and went and changed some stuff, so it wasn't so overtly about the WEF and all that kind of stuff. And they got everything passed. Yeah, everything was passed, and it was completely all fictionalized. And now it's just a story about a dystopic future hellscape, not directly connected to our timeline per se. And the day before, or just days before it was supposed to be released, it got canceled, delisted from America and Europe's eShop. You can still get it through Japan's eShop, but the point I'm getting at is we actually did an interview yesterday on the Week in Culture with two of the guys from the studio, Roland and Edmund. Roland's the CEO. I've been talking to him for I don't know, since I've had the FFS Discord in place. So,
the Switch port, yeah, that's right. Hypno or someone mentioned it on SNH earlier on.
Yeah. We talked to him for a good 90 minutes. That's all we did for our show yesterday. So, if you want to find out a little bit more directly from the people that are involved in the whole situation,
sounds good, man.
Yeah, go look for yesterday's episode of the Week in Culture. You can watch it on Rumble or YouTube. You can watch it in vertical format on YouTube. So, with all that said about the show and what I've been up to recently, let's fucking go. And hey, everybody, let's get ready. Let's do this thing today.
Nice one. Oh, what do you think of Kochanski?
Oh, Kochanski's hot.
You see now why I've been AI brawling her and putting her in the thumbnails for the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, no, I have no problem with
Don't. I will say this.
Kochanski.
With no disrespect to her whatsoever, Chloe Annett, do not look her up now.
Right. No, I understand.
With no ill will. She's not let herself go or anything. She just doesn't try at all to look glamorous or
That's okay.
or TV-ish. And so what you get is a woman who is as old as she is looking
which is 30 years ago. So she's got to be pushing up against 60. So
yeah, she's pushing it. Yeah. But she, but damn, man, god damn. There was literally a story. I'll just tell this quickly. There was literally a story Robert Llewellyn told about how when they got her on set and she was in that red suit with the PVC pants. Yeah. He basically just said, "Do you mind if I just?" and then sat down right in front of her ass and just stared at it for a few minutes until he was bored. Because he couldn't. He just didn't know how else he was going to.
They redid that for the comic relief one, didn't they?
I think they did something like that. But the point was he did that for real, so that he just didn't care anymore. So because everyone was just look at the
you just got to onboard it.
It's just okay, just give me a couple of minutes. And it's really nice. It's really nice. And now I'm bored after 2 or 3 minutes. And there you go. Then you're past it. Then you're over it. That's all you need. All right. Anyway, Rhoda, what's going on with you, man? And how'd you feel?
Yeah, all really great actually. The shit that I was worried about didn't really happen, so that was great. And this first Kochanski episode, I'm starting to think it was actually the first episode of Red Dwarf I actually saw. So
Ouroboros.
Yeah, Ouroboros.
That's a weird one to start on. But okay. I started on Brew. I started on next week's first episode is my first episode, so
yeah. I mean, it was like when I started watching, it was a couple of weeks before Red Dwarf night on BBC Two. So I really do think this was actually the first episode that I watched. So that's really cool. And lots of memories flooding back, lots of childhood shit and rouse about with my mates in school. And yeah, I'm feeling really bloody good.
Good to know.
Did you watch the extended this time, or do you still have?
I watched the extended. Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, because I've got the original DVDs from about 20 years ago, so that's what I've been watching.
I've had my DVDs for a long time as well. Yeah,
in my PS4.
Right.
Which has been adopted by the house as our DVD player.
I think my PS4 might be the only thing I can use to watch DVDs as well, because yeah, I think it's the only region unlocked.
It's also good for Blu-rays because of the same reasons. I can.
Okay.
I have a German edition of a David Lynch play that was done years ago that I can actually watch on my PlayStation 4.
Cool.
Completely side note.
If anybody wants to get on with it and spank us some memberships, I am wearing the actual.
He's wearing the Schroeder uniform.
This is the shirt that he was wearing the first time that he watched the first episode. That's right. By the way, Rhoda, you been at work lately? What's the Guardian situation?
Yeah, well, when I did the night shift, I got to throw away the previous day's copy of the Guardian. Obviously, I haven't. I'm pretty damn fucking sure that it wouldn't have sold because it.
So far, in what has been months of you telling us about the Guardian update, you've only managed to sell one copy in that entire time.
I mean, I think you can build
and even that's questionable. Someone else might have thrown it away.
That's true. Somebody probably just needed something to shit in, you know. So.
I know there was that time when I thought that it was sold, and I found it somewhere on the shop floor.
That's right. That's right. Someone's trying to hide it.
There's not a rat stolen it.
Somebody watches the show. It's just like, I'm gonna help those assholes.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, right. Okay. Anyway, Helzo, how did you feel, and how are you?
Hello. Glad to be back. By the way, after the week of hiatus, I've been doing good, relatively good. First week of my month PTO, and I haven't had the time to stop for a second because I don't know how is it with you guys, but in Bulgaria, when you take a PTO, like when you take vacation from work, you can actually do the work that you're being postponing because of work. I haven't been able to sit, apart from me spending 3 of the 5 days in the week of designing an album cover for the band. A little bit of a promotion there. My band is 1 week away from releasing first album in 30 years. Everything is well. Other than that, I did watch the episodes. I think on Tuesday I did a binge watch with the last 2 episodes of season 6. Fucking amazing send off to Rimmer, by the way. Amazing. I loved it. I loved the send off. I loved everything. And I've managed to rewatch Ouroboros today, but I didn't manage to Duct Soup to watch it the second time.
That's okay.
So it's a little bit fuzzier, but Ouroboros, I liked it. I liked it because I'm used to TV series changing stuff around, and I immediately saw the shift in the hate relationship on the ship, because before it was Rimmer and the cat. Now it's Kochanski and Crichton, at least in the first 2 episodes. And Kochanski being so much better than Rimmer in every way. Like, first of all, being absolutely hot. Yeah, being hot, having the attention of Lister and everything.
Jealous Crichton is
Crichton being such a jealous little prick.
Jealous Crichton is so funny. Crichton hits meltdown in this series. Next week we'll be covering that. He literally finally hits like the limit of negativity that a mechanoid can cope with and has like a meltdown.
I'm assuming that's the head explosion in the
there's kind of a Sega reference in there as well, but we'll save that for the time.
Also, I have a new favorite term, and this is in the flashback. That's rich for coming from someone who has less sex than a lettuce. Like, I mean, I got it, Canada. Like, this hits you like a brick wall. Like, what? What did he say? Let me rewind that. I also got my hands on the extended versions, by the way, without the laugh track, and it was far better of an experience because I really, really seldomly like laugh tracks in
Right.
TV
Well,
series. Sometimes
For
they
me,
work.
it feels
Most of the time they
weird for
don't.
me without a laugh track. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's always had a laugh track. But for the record, by the way, the laugh tracks are not just generic. They
Yeah, it was a
show
live
the
audience
episode and
originally.
record the audience's
Yeah.
reaction to the episode. So it's
Yeah,
not just a
like most
generic.
of the TV series, like most of older TV series, they had a live audience. But it's always been weird to me. Sometimes, like in a TV show like Friends, it works. But let's say if you're going with something like Everybody Loves Raymond, no offense to that show, but those laugh tracks were forced as
Oh yeah,
hell.
that show. I mean, that show was never that funny.
Right.
It works
Yeah,
with something
yeah,
like
exactly.
Scrubs. Single camera comedies tend to work without laugh tracks, and that's what Red Dwarf is. The jarring part is that every other series has had a laugh track, and every other series will have a laugh track because they shot pretty much all of it after this, also in like a live stage scenario. So
Yeah.
so that's pretty cool.
Which all
Great.
makes sense when we get to Series 8.
What I thought
But
was
so you enjoyed the episodes then? You didn't notice any noticeable sort of dip in quality or how much it made you laugh compared to when Rimmer was around?
On that note, there is a difference, but again, I'm comparing it that it didn't take away from my entertainment value. Like when we were talking about Series 6, not last, but last week, I already mentioned that I'm feeling the change in the comedy and like that it's shifting a little bit. It's going a little bit more dramatical, trying to be more serious. And Ouroboros, like they went full Doctor Who, and I'm my own grandfather in that episode joke. Joke 1947, and it went full in on that.
They sure
and,
did, yeah.
I was like, okay. But I didn't mind it because
spoilers
after the a little bit. Sorry, but we'll get to them. But after the Kennedy thing, I was prepared for anything.
Well, I my takeaway is that it reminded me, it mirrored very much the first 2 episodes of season 1, and it kind of and it gets back to this character dynamic. Because it's all about establishing, because that's the show built off the back of having well-established characters. So this whole thing is about establishing a setting in terms of relationships.
Exactly. Yeah, you need to establish Kochanski, who she is. She's a different Kochanski. She's a different actress. She's joining a show that hasn't aired for 4 years. In its 7th season, so everybody knows each other really well, and she's filling in for probably the MVP of the show in Rimmer. A very tough spot to find yourself in, and they did it. They managed to make her nowhere near as obnoxious as Rimmer, but just a little bit kind of naggy and
well,
yeah. I mean,
she's a woman.
You kind of sympathize with her too because she's hot.
Yeah, is exactly what Helza was saying. Like instead of the nagging being between Rimmer and Lister, it comes out as between Kochanski and Crichton.
Right. Yeah, well, that is an interesting.
So fucking well done.
There has to be some tension somewhere. You can't just have everyone getting along.
I think
and before you had everyone hating Rimmer,
right?
And now you need someone to hate someone.
Right.
Yeah, because Cat and Lister are totally over their heads with her.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say there's tension in their pants.
Yeah. I mean the cat like is surprisingly gracious in that he doesn't
Officer Butt Babe.
With her. He calls her Officer Butt Babe, but
that's what I always thought it was. Officer
well, she did kind of
yeah.
expose him as not being as prominent, like proficient at his job, because she's telling him all this slang. He was like, "What?
He doesn't know what.
Oh, your chords.
Yeah.
Chords.
You think she's talking about pants? Yeah.
Yeah.
You
took the worst right out of my mouth.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, it works. It works. It's just different. And a lot of people were like, "Oh, I don't know about this."
Yeah.
For me, I think it's good. I think it's very different. It's not as laugh a minute as the others were, but it works even without Rimmer to have around as a constant punching bag for everyone else.
Well,
it works.
It's so good because it makes you care about the characters.
Yeah, well, I mean, Lister has to step up. Like I said last week, Lister has to really step up and become like the solo main now. Whereas it was a double act before with the extra characters added on.
Right. Well, that and like even if you're just watching this, continuously like I am, without a 4-year break, it's a shift because it quite honestly it has to be because and even more so with the 4-year break, because if you just came back and you just started doing the same show again, pale imitate, like the writing is different now because Doug's not there and you just have
Doug is there.
Grant's not there.
Yeah, sorry. But yeah, so the writing's changed though because you only have one person doing the writing now. This time has passed, all this kind of stuff. If you just went in and tried to do the same thing again, people are going to complain no matter what. I think is really what it comes down to. People will go out of their way to needlessly find something to nitpick about, and they're not going to stop looking until they find that thing. And then once they land,
remember this was pre-mainstream internet nerd culture,
right? Right.
There were like Red Dwarf.
Yeah, I read the Roman
numerals, but we still didn't have the internet.
MCSCVII.
1997.
So it was 1997.
Yeah. Exactly. That's the year it came, but 1993 was the last year of was Series 6.
Yeah.
So they were literally a 3-year gap, and then they came back in the 4th year.
But yeah, they kind
weird. It's not. It was the first time they came back after a long hiatus, but not the last time.
Right. But that was kind of the thing, though, that was even set up in episode 1 of season 7 with Lister's, kind of preamble to the series proper, saying I'm 28 now and all this kind of stuff. So, it's
actually 33.
Right. But the whole idea is that they have become a capable crew. They know how to operate this much smaller ship and all the idiosyncrasies that it has and all this kind of stuff. And so, I think that life ebbs and flows. It takes you in different directions, and we're just now seeing that next kind of journey of we've come to find out that there's the quantum rimmer. Ace is important to seemingly the multiverse, and
there must always be an Ace rimmer. Yeah,
right, and then which is kind of in a way kind of tied into the snake eating its own tail in this situation.
Yeah, so you have two people anchor like that.
Yeah. So
there's always a Baldric, there's always a Blackadder, and there's always an Ace Rimmer.
Exactly.
Nice.
So anyway, let's carry on. Let's get into the episodes. And before that, first of all, St. Hugo has gifted a membership. Thank you. That is one for the Griff Force and for the princesses. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, baby, that's right. We need those to play Jackbox again. If you guys would like to see some Jackbox, you know what to do. Fill the blue bar. And we will happily play some Jackbox. That's us on 13 to the next 50. And we'll get there. We'll get closer to that, hopefully, as we go along. And you can also, of course, trade your opinions for Boobaz in the red bar. You know the drill.
Mm-hmm.
And there you go. Thank you very much indeed for the membership to St. Hugo. Also for the game. He sent me, he sent me the sprite animation thing that I can use to make, sprite animations. And I received that during SNH earlier on, so I was happy to shout him out during that. Appreciate you, buddy. Really do. Also, Kuya Magic is here. My good friend is in the chat. Nice to see you, buddy. Appreciate you. Says, where the boobs at? Well, you know the drill. Boobs come when the bars fill. So, but I'll give you this one. Little wobble in there. There's a little wobble. Somebody programmed it. But there you go. Want those boobies? Give me some freaking cheddar. There we go. All right. We can start then. We've got Ouroboros, which is wow. That's quite a big drop of lore coming this way. So we might as well get started because we're probably going to be unpacking this for a little while. So we got the episode. Where the hell is that? There it is. Boom. Here it is. And the script. Season 7, episode 3, Ouroboros, which a lot of people don't know what it means. Well, it'll all become clear. Anyway, as we proceed, I think
I saw the title and I was immediately thinking what it ultimately ends up being. I was like,
that's it.
Yeah.
So we have this box that's being pushed under the 0G pool table, whatever that means, because it looks to me like the pool table has plenty of gravity on it. But whatever. It says a single word is written in black marker pen, reads Ouroboros, although there is a bit of a space between Rob and Oros, which is a joke. The owner leaves the box without being seen, and there is a strange whooshing sound that you don't really have any accountability for at the time. There is a baby in the box. It's quite obvious that there is a baby in the box. You can sort of see the leg and the hand. As this gentleman, this Scouse dude, walks in, it's the Egbert Arms, which, as if anyone doing their lore will remember, is Lister's local haunt. You know what? Before we get any further into this, Noel Kerins has dropped €10 and says, "Let's fucking go, baby!" That's 10.
10.
That's 10. 10.
Drop it.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate you. Wow, yeah. Feeling good, looking good. There we go. Thank you. So, anyway, so this bloke walks in, the Egbert Arms, Liverpool, November the 26th, 2155. Now, that causes a little bit of an issue with the timelines, because Lister has previously said that he is from the 23rd century, and this is 1 century before that. So I guess now canonically Lister is from the 22nd century.
Oh, it could be 5 minutes to 10, sir.
Right. Okay. Sure. There's no colon in the middle, and it's at the end of the date. So that would be retarded.
And it's next week. It's next week.
Yeah. Next week. And
this is a very timely time to catch this episode.
Next week, 130 years from now.
Yeah. So.
But okay, sure. Yeah. Maybe my great grandson will watch this episode on the day, you know. Who knows? Anyway, so Scousey bloke.
When you say this
in.
episode, you mean this episode of Red Dwarf, or this episode of Us Silly Bastards?
Yes,
or both. Yes.
Oh, imagine in 100 years,
things.
people are doing reaction videos to this.
They're gonna be virtually enhanced, like 5-6D.
The holograms are going to be
people
talking
were
about
ugly
us.
100 years ago.
Right.
Yeah, with their only 2 eyes.
Yeah, there you go.
their non-gray skin
and their orifices.
It's a good job those ape people died out. Whatever. Anyway,
and then
the guy walks into the fucking bar and he says, "All right, anyone serving or what?" And the barmaid can't be seen, but she says, "I'll be with you in a minute, love." Anyway, he stands there and we get a look at what a bar is like in 2155 with all this. Well, I mean, it might just be because it's in Liverpool. Maybe this is what Liverpool's like now. I can't remember.
Reminds me of Roadhouse.
It is a bit, yeah. It's a little bit like, whoa, buddy. So this is your bar in 2155 with fucking like mesh coverings and fence over the bar to stop it. It's not like, are we still doing masks in 130 years as well? Fucking hell. Anyway,
I think all those people have died out, but the chicken wire is just, just in case it gets too rowdy. You don't want the bottles hitting your barmaids.
Exactly. Yeah. As I say, what is this? This ain't the southern states of America. This is Liverpool. But okay. Anyway, it's more or less the same. So he spots the baby. Hears the baby crying, and he walks over to the pool table and looks underneath and pulls out the box, takes it back over. As the barmaid comes over, she says, "Hello, Frank Pet. What can I get for you?" And he says, "Look at this. Just found it under the pool table. Sorry, Liverpool. And she said, in the open, there's no nothing." She says, "Oh, they've written its name on the side here. Our Rob or Ross," which is very, very much a northern English thing. If you're from the north, if you're from far enough north, you refer to people in your family as their name.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if I was related to somebody in the sort of Liverpool, Manchester belt of the UK, they may refer to me as our Will.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it. So that's why she thinks our Rob or Ross, and obviously no one in Liverpool can spell. So that's why she's so easily convinced. He says, "Yeah, look at the way it's spelt. They must have been thicker than a ticket totes wad. Couldn't even decide on a name." She says, "Oh, poor little mate. I wonder what will become of him. Something terrible, no doubt." And little bit of background info here. This is Danny John Jules' nephew.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Danny John Jules' nephew later grows up to play another cat in a very long, in the far future, recorded the most recent episode of Red Dwarf. But before he played one of the Felis Sapiens, he played Lister as a baby. And apparently, the story shows that they had some baby that was going to play Lister. And Danny John Jules walked in and took a look at him and said it looked like Sidney Poitier as a baby, and in no way likely to grow up to be Lister.
Right.
No, the weirdest part is the baby actually.
There was this little black baby, and he says, and the operative word was black.
Black, right.
Like, you know, so Danny John Jules decided that the baby was too black to play Lister, so he recommended his nephew, who'd just been born as well. So that's how they got the role.
Yeah, no,
it kind of looks like Lister.
It does.
It does look like Lister. Same lips, same chubby cheeks.
Yeah,
you know,
and same
Yeah.
eye, like same look.
Lister is very, very cherub-like.
Oh, look at it.
And there we go. Wonder what will become of him. Something terrible, no doubt. Well, you could say that. I mean, he is the last man alive, and he's a bomb in deep space. He's a boom in deep space.
But
anyway,
he is the last man alive, so technically he won.
Yeah.
Well, because he's now
terrible.
found at least a last woman that is not.
Except, yeah. But
hey, you know what?
Don't stand. Don't ship these two. Okay, it's a waste of energy.
I'm not trying to. I'm just saying he's got a reason to live, though. Yeah.
I suppose the never-ending struggle to get into Kochanski's knickers. Okay, well, we'll see. Anyway, he's given himself a bit of a hygiene overhaul for some reason. He doesn't usually do this kind of thing. He's Lister, but for some reason he is today. Shaving his face at the same time he's brushing his teeth, and he's got fucking cotton buds in his ears or cotton balls in his ears or whatever. I fucking know what he's doing. Then he, of course, does the most Lister thing he can possibly do, and he grabs a pair of cooking tongs and uses them to pluck his nose hairs. And upon plucking only a single one, joink! And honest to God, as someone who has plucked his nose hairs before, I gotta tell you, that is the most accurate fucking portrayal I've ever seen. Especially
right there with you,
because
bro.
about fucking 2 seconds later, he suddenly has to sneeze. And so, because if you've ever plucked your nose hairs, you know you are gonna sneeze. You are gonna sneeze like you never sneezed before. And so he sneezes, and apparently he pops out the cap on his tooth, which is something that that Doug Naylor nicked from a real story that happened to Craig Charles, where he popped out the cap on his tooth and tried to super glue it back in, and ended up basically destroying the tooth. and it get all infected, and he had to squeeze out all this pus. It's fucking disgusting. It's worse than anything Lister's ever done. Listening to Craig Charles tell this story. But there you go.
Now,
So-
it was established in these episodes that there's not much to do on Starbug. I don't think that it has a viewing theater, obviously, the way that
It doesn't
Red
have all
Dwarf
the
did.
luxuries of Red Dwarf, but it's a lot
So-
bigger than we were led to believe before.
Right. But I do think because of that, there's only so much you can do. So maybe grooming has actually become, something that Lister does just to pass the time.
Maybe. Who knows? Anyway, it's not cotton in his ears. He's got shaving cream in his fucking ears, like a bell end. So there you go. Anyway, for some reason he narrates everything that he's doing, which kind of irritates me because I think we could figure it out. He didn't need to say, "I've just sneezed out me cap," because a second later Crichton comes in and he turns around and he says, "Crichton, something terrible's happened. I've lost me cap." And Crichton pulls out the old deerstalker that Lister used to wear in the earlier series that he doesn't wear anymore, and says, "No, sir, here it is, sir. I've just finished giving it its monthly scrape." And Lister says, "No, me tooth cap, the one you made from the skeleton in the Medibay." Grim, by the way. He says, "Oh, I see." He says, "Hey, here it is," and he finds it. He says, "I need some glue to stick it in. I've just got that needly pointy thing. I look disgusting." He says, "Let me see." He goes, "No, I look all needly pointy and disgusted." He says, "Let me see, sir. I'm a mechanoid, for goodness sake. I won't be revolted no matter how you look." So he lets him have a look at it, and his response is, "Oh my God, it's hideous." And then suddenly he goes, this little weird little laugh that he does. And Crichton's getting a bit more personality as we get into series 7. So this is like, yeah, very funny, very funny. Anyway, long story short, Crichton tells him he can, it'll take him about half an hour to prepare some dental adhesive. That's not a very long time to wait. Any sensible, sane person would say, all right, yeah, fine. I could live like this for half an hour. Let me just put a movie on or something, take my mind off it. But he says, no, just give me some wood glue. You can redo it in the morning. He says, wood glue? Are you sure, sir? I don't want you to get your lips glued together. Now be careful. And he says, oh, incidentally, I just found some old clothes in one of the storage lockers. And it's basically a pair of fuzzy pig slippers and a lady's dressing gown.
Oh, look at how that's back one frame. Will, come on, look at how that's coming. That's like a Will of the Fans dressing gown.
Also, look, I just noticed the slippers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The bloody slippers. I want those. I want those
pig slippers or whatever they are. Yeah,
I want those
fluffy pigs
for reasons.
They're fucking awful. Anyway, so whatever. And he says, hey, I need a dressing gown. And we see here that Lister has lost his mind. He seems to think that this will look good on him. Okay, he wears long johns. Whatever. Anyway, he says, yeah, it's a nice one, Kreitz. He says, oh, perhaps I should take the... he says, I thought if I remove the trim and let it out a bit, obviously dye it, well, I think it could be just dandy. So he says, shall I take the necessary measurements now? And so he starts measuring Lister, and he says, I wonder why guys have nostril hair. And he says, I think it's nature's way of telling you it's time to buy a flat cap and a pair of driving gloves, sir. As in, you is old, bruv.
That's
This
right.
is worse. There's those guys who just let it grow. They look like they've got like half a loo brush lodged up at each nostril. They look like those machines that shine your shoes. It's curious, isn't it, that most women aren't similarly afflicted? Obviously, I'm excluding women who work in Oxfam shops. Oxfam shops are they're charity shops in the UK. You donate your stuff and then they sell it on to people who might want your bric-a-brac, and sometimes people find like it's like Salvation Army. In fact, they have Salvation Army shops that do the same thing. British Heart Foundation and Oxfam. Yeah, but they're always staffed by old ladies, basically.
It's a good place to find vintage
random
records
tat
that you're looking for.
Yeah,
and random tat, yeah.
I've found
I've
video
found
games, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
It's the kind of place that people drop off stuff and they have no idea what it is. So a lot of times old folks will drop off stuff that was like their sons or whatever, and they don't know what any of it is. And then you go in there and you find it and you're like, holy crap, this is like a fucking near mint copy of Final Fantasy VII or something like that, you know? So there's a reason to go into them. But yeah, the women who work in them, they don't look that great. But there you go. Anyway, so basically the long and the short of it here is Lister's beauty routine, but this whole scene is set up to make Lister look as stupid as he possibly can. Right? Yeah. So because we know he's about to meet the love of his life, right? Again. And so the only way you could possibly fuck it up more for Lister would be if he looked completely fucking ridiculous doing it. So wearing a pink dressing gown,
shaving cream in his ears,
and of course he tries to floss his teeth, and the floss gets stuck on the wood glue that he's used to glue his tooth back together. So now he's stuck with floss hanging out of his mouth and a dressing gown and furry slippers, and the cat comes in and says, "Hey, nice outfit." He says, "Did you come in here for a reason?" He says, "Oh yeah, something's showing up on the long range scan, which is weird with a capital we." And Sardock for £2, real currency says, best fashion designers are Pramani and Sue Ryder. Yeah. Primani, mate.
I used to live in the same city as him, and I can completely get that.
Right. I used to live above a Primark, and it was, you know, I never had to go far to buy clothes. But the other day I was in the mall with my wife and actually found a couple of Primark t-shirts on the rack in the mall, and I'm like, how the fuck did they end up here? She's like, "Oh, what's that? Is that fashionable?" I'm like, I was like, "No, it's cheapo clothes from the UK." I had to explain to her the concept of calling it Primani because it looks nice, but it's cheap as fuck, you know?
Yeah. So it's kind of tangential, but I know you're gonna be like, it's not the word. Anyways, but on the next episode of Tomb Rotas, I want Sardock to actually say this in his voice, because you know he's got a really solid voice.
Best fashion designers, yo.
Yeah. In the Sardock voice, I think that would be just absolutely wonderful
with the echo and everything.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. There you go. But there. Anyway, thank you, Sardock. Appreciate you for the two, mate. Yeah, I do. Where's the sound? There it is. So we're moving on. So yeah, something weird's going on. Lister says, "Could you be a tad more specific?" Cat says, "Come again." Crichton says, "Or is it a wibbly thing or a swirly thing?" Sorry. He says, "At this early stage, I'd hate to commit myself and wind up looking a fool. Come see for yourself." So they make their way into the cockpit. Lister puts on the furry pig slippers, so just to complete the ensemble, as it were. Just in case anybody was not sure, that Lister looked as stupid as he possibly can. But there you go. So they're in the cockpit now, and we've got a lot more new angles on the cockpit in this series, which I really like. There's some massive Marvel style, Doctor Who style tear in the universe happening, and Crichton says it's some kind of power surge that's causing major disturbance in the fabric of space-time. Cat says it's also causing a major disturbance in the fabric of my pants. It's almost like a tear. Crichton says perhaps a temporal rift. Cat says, "I'm going to turn this tub around and try to outrun it." Lister says, "Get real, man. That thing out there is going faster than a copy of Hello in a Nunnery." Hello magazine. Celeb gossip rag. You probably have them in America too.
Oh yeah.
And in Bulgaria, I would imagine. You know, just woman magazines that are about who's shagging who, who's
basically the print version of The View
or TMZ.
We had that. Now they just watched The Bachelor.
Right. So this is basically like what it's like Entertainment Tonight or TMZ, the magazine. Yeah. And it's called Hello Magazine. It's cringe. it's for lonely spinsters and bored men on people's toilets in other people's houses with nothing to read. Rhoda, you legend, gift him 5 for the Grip Force, 5 for the princesses, legend.
Let's go, Grip Force, doing it for the princesses.
Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate you for that. We're up to 18. There we go, lads. There we go, lads. All right, carrying on then. And here we are. So, yeah, there's some tear in the universe. Crichton says, we treated like a tidal wave, sir. Head straight for the eye of the storm. So they try to head basically straight into it. They crash through it, and then they're basically okay. And then they end up discovering this temporal disturbance in the engineering deck. So they head downstairs where they find this weird swirly portal thingy inside Starbug on the engineering deck. And of course, Crichton is right there with the handy dandy scan that I've still got this on the screen. Sorry. With the handy dandy scan that basically is the exposition device, you know. He says, careful, sir, the linkway. Oh, sorry, no, that's it. No, he says the scan. No. Where's the line? Oh, it doesn't matter, whatever. They make their way inside. Who gives a fuck? And they're in this temporal corridor, this tunnel of light and energy. And then the cat almost steps through it as a rip gets torn away from the main of it, and they grab him and pull him up again. Crichton says, careful, sir, the linkway's about as stable as an Italian taxi driver who's got stuck behind 2 old priests in a Skoda. Now,
I've got to say this. Some dude that my mum went out with when I was little. He had a band called the Skodas. Just because they were like a bad cover band, and they just thought it was a funny fucking name for a bad cover band.
I knew a cover band in my local that were called Novak and Good. No fucking good. No fucking good. Novak and Good. Pretty good. They weren't their names, but there you go. Yeah, for those who don't know, Skoda is a Czech car brand in the 90s, synonymous with being very cheap and very low quality. There were jokes in the playground, like, what do you do if a Skoda overtakes you? Start the car. For example, they were a mockery, and they probably still are in the UK, to be fair. Although they were never as bad as Lada, but whatever. Anyway,
oh, now you're talking my language.
Yeah. So anyway, the linkway is about as stable as an Italian taxi driver stuck behind 2 old priests in a Skoda. Yeah, probably. The cat says, "What the hell is that? What is it?" What is it? Crichton says, non-space, sir. An abyss of infinite nothingness where time doesn't seem to exist. And there we go. Lister says, sounds like Rimmer's organ recital night. So we're still getting jokes out of Rimmer, even though he's not on the show. But there we go. All right. Through the other side, we suddenly discover a gold Crichton, an alternate cat, and a hologrammatical Lister.
Mm-hmm.
Altogether looking a lot better than our Lister, though, for all that. I mean, maybe that's the hologrammatical uniform, but he seems altogether more serious and more mature Lister.
Right.
Anyway, alternate Lister or parallel Lister says, how's it going? Lister says, you're the hologram. Parallel Lister says, hard light. Lister says, so in your dimension, Lister died. Said in the radiation leak that wiped out Red Dwarf. So, well, why didn't you get put into stasis like me? What happened? And Lister, parallel Lister says, remember coming back from shore leave on Mimas. So this is the legendary trip where he acquired Frankenstein, the progenitor of the cat species.
Part of the cat origin
Although
story.
apparently it was Titan originally, but now it's Mimas. So whatever. It's Mimas in the books. So again, we're
it's Meowmas.
We're going Meowmas, yeah. We're going with the alternative lore from the books, of course, as we have been for some time now. Where instead of never having made it with Kochanski, Lister used to date Kochanski, and he went and got the cat because he was lonely on his shore leave, on his planet leave. So anyway, as Parallel Lister is reminding him of that trip, we fade into parallel history, or rather, the moment their universes diverged. So Rimmer's here, holding a sign that says Smeghead, which is interesting because he's the one who's called Smeghead. But whatever. Anyway, there's a bold woman walking in. So I didn't know you were in this episode, Toasty. Okay. There you go. But there we are. So Lister arrives dressed for the first time in a long time, like the Lister we used to know, back in the day. For some reason, the uniforms are all blue now instead of being brown like they were, or beige, which is interesting because in future appearances, they will once again be beige, but in this series, for whatever reason, they're blue.
Well, there could be the reason that we are getting a flashback to the parallel dimension.
Could be the parallel universe. Fair enough. That's fine. That's true. Although the Red Dwarf that they are on is used again in another episode for a flashback from this universe, though there are no uniforms in that. So there we go. Anyway, Lister makes his way back on. Rimmer says, "Where the hell have you been? I reported you as AWOL." He doesn't say AWOL, he literally spells it. He goes, "I've been on shore leave, man. Didn't you get my message?" He says, "You're supposed to apply to a superior officer before you get shore leave, Lister." He says, "Look, give me a break. Ever since Kochanski split up with me, I've needed some time on my own, okay?" He says, "Kochanski dumped you?" He says, "Yeah." "She really dumped you?" He says, "Yeah." He says, "But you didn't tell me. You should have told me. Are you really heartbroken?" And he says, "I don't know, man, He goes, "Oh, you are, aren't you?" He's really enjoying it, by the way, Rimmer, because he's a complete bastard. He goes, "Okay,
right.
yes."
He is enjoying it, but in this parallel reality, it does actually seem like they are a little bit more cordial to each other. Actually, at this, it's
a little bit, yeah.
A little bit. Like it's not quite as venomous as it was in season
they
one.
basically
in series one, if this happened, if this was shown, like Lister would have been more like a, "Well, why Smeg would have told you?"
Right.
Yeah, it's true. This is obviously a retroactive viewpoint of their relationship. So,
because when we round the corner, he
argue
legitimately calls him Listy, as though like.
Yeah, I don't think he calls him Listy until series 2 in our reality. But whatever, anyway. He says, "Didn't I tell you you'd never bridge that class division? Take her. Navigation officer, cadet school, space corps, well-spoken, can stay awake during operas, knows her cheeses. She's class. And you, what are you? I don't mean to sound cruel, but in comparison, you're scum. And second-rate scum like that."
Yeah. And the fact that he says, "I don't mean to sound cruel,"
I know,
he would have reveled in it.
Yeah, of course. He goes, "Yeah, but remember I used to be fourth-rate scum? I've dragged myself up by my bootstraps, Bob."
I mean, that's the only way you can respond to that. That really is. And
so he's going, Listy, your type isn't Kochanski, Listy. It's someone called Tiffany, someone who drinks Campari and soda and wears orange crotchless panties, someone who thinks dealy boppers are funny, someone who says something instead of something and laughs like a freshly wounded moose strapped to a cement mixer." Lister stops beside his cup, opens it and begins to transfer his whole into it. Says, "This from a man who's had less sex than a lettuce." And Rimmer goes, "Oh, ha, ha." He goes, "Rimmer, people who say ha, ha have no sense of humor. They just can't think of a witty retort." And Rimmer thinks for a second and goes, "Oh, ha ha." Anyway, he leaves.
Which actually is kind of a witty retort at that point in time, but also, yeah.
No, he's conceding that he can't think of anything.
True, but
it is a witty retort on behalf of the writing.
To be fair, what can you say to being called like worse than a lettuce in your sexual endeavors?
Exactly.
Like, there isn't really a lot you can do about it.
Well,
Dan says for $2 says, "Hey, Will, check Discord DMs and good morning." All right, mate. I will do when we're done with the episode in between. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you for the 2. I hope it's good. Yeah. He's been hard at work on a bunch of stuff. Anyway,
I have a good idea what it is.
Is at last, ladies and gentlemen, Christine Kochanski, played by Chloe Annett, not Claire Grogan.
Claire Grogan. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, so as they're passing, Rimmer turns and says, "Miss Kochanski, Mom, I don't suppose you read my proposal for a new Space Corps salute? The salute. It's just, I'm trying to get the support of the officers to have it replace the conventional one. I don't want to pressure you, but it is rather important because if you like it, that brings the overall total of officers who are right behind it up to 1. And she says, "Rimmer," and he says, "Yes, Mom." She says, "Have sex with someone, and that's an order."
An order.
He says, "Yes, Mom, right away, Mom," and buggers off.
And
she
this
was
is like coolest name to say ever.
She was fine back in the day. There we go. Anyway,
I mean, that's her first line. Like as not for Kochanski, but for
have sex with someone.
For Chloe Annett.
Yeah,
her first line is Rimmer.
Have sex with someone.
That's an order.
At least she didn't say with something.
It's funny, isn't it? Because times had changed a lot from 1981 or whatever it was to 1997. If you think about it, 1987. Sorry, yeah. The original first series of Red Dwarf broadcast in 1988. Then, sorry, yeah. So in basically 10 years since they wrote it, I don't think even in the 80s you could have written that line without it being considered a little indecent. Whereas by the late 90s, it was perfectly fine for someone to say that. It was a post Watershed show anyway, but still, even then, I don't think they would have just had her say something as brazen as that.
Right.
And I'm going to be honest with you. I like this Kochanski better.
Yeah, same. I like the point of what I was saying was like they didn't try to make her like this woman's filling in for.
No, they completely rewrote the character.
They was like, do you know what?
I can't imagine the Claire
Grogan. We're going to give you the best fucking lines. Like you can.
She does get a lot of
good with this.
But you can't imagine the Claire Grogan Kochanski saying that to Rimmer because you've never been given that. You had her in the first episode, you had her in the third episode, you had her in series 2, in the alternate future where she marries Lister. But she's just nice all the time, super duper nice. There's no like. The point of Kochanski was always supposed to be that she was too good for Lister.
Right.
Even in the original series. But she always seemed very approachable and flirty with Lister. So now you need to if you brought back that Kochanski, there'd be no issue at all. Because she would immediately jump in bed with Lister. This Kochanski, you need Kochanski to be an obstacle.
Right.
A challenge. So she needs to be the upper class toffee-nosed bitch that she can be, that she was conceived as, that we never really saw before. So it's not that I'm criticizing Claire Grogan at all. I'm saying they never wrote Kochanski a proper character until now.
Right.
So it's not fair.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
Right.
And to be fair, this is a much more likely, like realistic portrayal of Kochanski than you've ever seen before. So that's why I stand by it completely. That and she fit.
She fit in a couple of ways,
She well fit.
Yeah.
So there's that. and me 12 watching this. So, you know.
That's when it
I mean,
happened.
we're both the 85 model, so
yeah, me and Rhoda are like months apart in birthdays, and started watching this when it was on TV.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like the awakening.
It wasn't the awakening. I don't know when my awakening happened. It was years before that. I think Marilyn Monroe, when I was about 4 years old, was my awakening. But but there we go. Anyway, so Lister gives this card to Rimmer, says, oh, because she told him to have sex with someone. He goes, here. He says, ring this number, say I sent you, tell him it's an emergency. And then she starts sort of chuckling, but tries to regain her composure quickly because the Lister game works on her.
Yeah.
Anyway, Fox Hill says, I'm a year older than that, Will. For fuck's sake, I'm old. Well, then that makes me fucking old too, but I'm not old. Screw that. 40 years old. I don't feel 40. I feel about 30, maybe. Sometimes 25. Some days I wake up and I'm expecting to look 15 when I see in the mirror. And then those are the bad days.
I've been 25 since I was 16.
Right. Yeah. I was 20 when I was 16. I didn't hit 25 until I was 30.
Oh, okay.
Now that's some Doctor Who type of shit right here.
Well, what are you talking about in terms of my drinking, partying, and womanizing? You know, I went on like I was still like 18
my
or
mates
19.
were always older than me because I actually understood what the fuck they were going on about. So,
well, you know, that's one of those reasons I always say it's not the years, it's the mileage. You know, I gained a lot of early life mileage, and then
me too.
Yeah, now I'm just kind of coasting.
Yeah, I'm chill. I'm happily married and I'm peaced. But there we go. So now finally Rimmer buggers off and Kochanski turns to Lister and says hi. He says, She says, I just wanted to say, look, I'm sorry for the dear John. It was cowardly. He says, oh, that. Sorry, I'd completely forgotten. Seems like years ago. She says, it was last week. He says, was it? See how much he's trying. She goes, He goes, must have got over it. Snaps his fingers, just like that. She goes, oh, come on, Dave. Calls him Dave.
Well,
she would, wouldn't she? Anyway, she says, it's just, we weren't going anywhere. He says, how could we? We never got out of bed. And then, by the way, how to tell this line was written by a man. She says, look, there's more to life than hanging out in your bunk, eating delivery curries and having fantastic sex. Sorry. Women are not likely to just say that in front of anyone, no matter how good it was. Like, even like, it's just not the way that she would say it. Like, she wouldn't say that if she had just broken up with him.
It does seem a little bit
merciless.
Kind of, yeah.
Like, let's just remind him how good it was when we fucked.
Yeah.
Like, come on, bitch. Like, she's not that heartless, you know?
But she does
Plus,
strike me like as someone who
classy
would
women
explain
just don't
things.
talk like that. Classy women don't talk like that, you know? She
Well,
would
she's
say
also
she
very
might say
analytical.
having sex, but she wouldn't say fantastic sex. That's
Well, maybe
that's
maybe
Doug Naylor having a fantasy in his line writing, you know?
perhaps, or maybe you know everything that she does is top notch.
I mean, yeah. Well,
Also, she's very analytical. She's like always explaining the stuff to the point. So
maybe. Anyway, he says, frankly, I find that very hard to believe. She says, I just wanted to see if we could be friends. He said, do you mean give it another go? She says, no, I'm back with Tim now. And he goes, Tim? That guy's such a poser. The way he always wears that white shirt and that big white floppy hat. She says, he's a chef. Says, yeah, but the way he always poses around in the officers' club smoking those black cigarettes. Such a phony. And then she hears the meow. And clocks the cat in his jacket. So you can only assume this did not take place in our reality. Or if it did, she didn't clock the meow. Or maybe the meow never happened.
I
for whatever
take this
reason,
as a completely alternate past.
Right.
instead of
Because there's no chance in, well, I mean, the thing is that he did go on shore leave and did get Frankenstein right after breaking up with Kochanski. The difference is that she's there talking to him about it or something. And I don't know, because we don't get to see the comparison. But all we know is in the original timeline, she never found Frankenstein, never knew about Frankenstein.
Right.
So maybe that's the difference.
Yeah. So one way or another, this didn't happen.
Well,
in this reality, she clocks the cat, tells him, "Do you know what you'll get for smuggling a cat on board?" He says, "What? Cat marshaled." She says, "I'm serious." And then she tries to deliver the line, but the cat is making her giggle while she's delivering the line, and it's quite funny, really, because if you've seen the outtakes, she can't stop giggling. I can't find the shot, but fuck it. Anyway, she says, "I'm serious. The serving NO, I'm supposed to report this." He says, "So report it. Get me put into stasis for 6 months. It's supposed to be 18 months, but whatever." She says, "Don't you know how dangerous it is to smuggle in an unquarantined animal?" He says, "I was lonely. I'd just been dumped by my girlfriend." She says, "It breaks every reg in the manual." Anyway, she takes the cat and she goes to put the cat in the disintegrator, which is her duty.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So, total change of timeline now then. Kochanski tries to put the cat in the unit, closes the door, looks like a big microwave. Cat looks at her. She can't bear it. So she lets the cat out and she keeps it.
Yeah. Which,
so
in a way, the little giggle during the line delivery kind of shows that she actually already has a soft spot for the cat to begin with.
Right.
In a way.
So, of course, she's a girl. It's a kitten. It's a tiny little kitten. It's an innocent little life. You would be very
so in New Kochanski's timeline,
they could see their baby.
We've got a cat that was actually growing up in Kochanski's quarters rather than Lister's.
Right. So therefore, in parallel universe. Therefore, Cloister doesn't exist in the cat religion of her universe. In fact, it would probably be Kochanski or something like that. Right? So a totally different cat species was born from a different... I mean, I guess no, because actually it must have not been Titan. He must have got the cat on Mimas because the cat is old. It's older when it's pregnant. And he says it got knocked up by a big black Tom on Titan. So somehow... Kochanski still ended up getting that kitten preggers because there is a cat coming through the timeline.
Which does imply that they're two completely different timelines, which helps to explain why.
Except it's the exact same cat coming through with Lister and Crichton.
Yeah, although in the little...
you speciesist. Oh, you're just like, oh, they all.
Are you saying all the cats don't look alike? Are you saying they all look alike? Are you saying they all look alike? Because I'm saying they don't look alike. So who's the speciesist here, bitch?
Well, in the in the little bit we just got though, that was months before the actual event happened. So there's still a whole bunch.
Yeah, so there's still time. I just think it's a bit bizarre that Kochanski happens to follow the same exact plot that leads to Frankenstein getting knocked up and.
Well, you know, in a way, Frankenstein is their fur baby, I suppose.
Because any deviation from the exact history of that cat getting pregnant and the entire cat species may be completely different.
Right. True
they
enough.
Could realistically have had a totally different actor playing the cat on the other end of the tunnel, and it would have made more sense. But apparently not. Apparently, Kochanski goes on planet leave to Titan, and the cat gets knocked up there instead. So whatever, the same cat knocks up the same cat. Very unlikely, but okay, whatever. Well, you know what? Fuck it. Nitpicking as fuck. But yeah, so what we establish here now then is that Lister didn't get put into stasis. He died with the rest of the crew. So Lister was in Rimmer's position.
Yep.
Kochanski got court-martialed and put into stasis instead of Lister. Thus survived the nuclear disaster.
And Holly made the decision.
That also proves that Lister being around would not have helped Rimmer.
Exactly. That was what I was going to ask. Wasn't it the like the
that
whole
was
thing
Ritmer's
with
whole argument was that Lister wasn't there to help him, and that's why
yeah,
they all
exactly.
died.
Like if he was there, none of this would have happened and stuff
Right.
like that. So
No,
yeah,
because they are both there in Kochanski's timeline, and they all died anyway. So instead of Dave coming out of stasis and asking Holly, you know, where is everybody? They're dead, Dave. It was they're dead, Christine Kochanski. So, so that's what we get instead.
They're crisp, Chris.
They're Chris, yeah. So the dead Dave, they're crisp, Chris. But there you go. So, so now instead, Kochanski comes out, and Lister is brought back as a hologram to keep her sane, based on Holly. So I guess this Tim dude can't have been all that then, if Holly picked Lister, unless she picked Lister, because
she's actually a commanding officer, so she might have actually
she'd have the authority to, like, whereas Lister's just the lowest ranking person on Red Dwarf.
But hey, it's highest ranking in you know, her special places,
apparently.
On her ship,
apparently. But there you go. Anyway, so yeah, Kochanski's rolling up. So basically, Lister asks, so you didn't get put into stasis, then died with the rest of the crew. Parallel Lister says, then Holly brought me back as a hologram. He says, so what happened to Kochanski? Parallel Lister says, they found the cat and she got 6 months in stasis. And Lister says, does that mean? And boom, enter Kochanski. Lister, of course, immediately realizes that he has got floss glued to his teeth, which he has flopped over his ears.
That is how it happens.
Yep. So then he tries to do something about it, but it doesn't work, of course. So he just looks completely ridiculous. Anyway, so Kochanski says hi, looks him up and down. He says, "You look great." She says, "You look pretty amazing yourself." She says, "So in this dimension, you didn't die. You're an alternate version of Dave." He says, "Well, I like to think of myself as the definitive article, you know, honed to perfection by time and evolution." Then he sucks up a loose strand of floss. She says, "I can see why you think that, yeah." Parallel Crichton says, "Sirs, or mom, we've scarcely 2 hours before the dimensional tear self-repairs and we lose the linkway. I suggest we might spend some of this time exchanging supplies and information." Parallel Lister says, "We could update your hydrogen ram drive to a tachyon-powered engine core." Cat says, "And in return, we could unscrew all those old pickle jars you can't open." Kochanski says, "There is something you could do for us." And Lister says, "Yeah." She says, "Well, at some point, I want to have children. It's a slightly pervy thing to ask, especially seeing as we've only just met, but perhaps you could." And he goes, "Yeah." And she goes, "After all, you know, we've been, you know, lovers. Yeah. Perhaps you could." And he goes, "Yeah." She holds up this little bottle and says, "Fill this up." It's a self-gamete mixing in vitro tube. I'm already in there. It just needs your contribution. And Lister says, "So it worked out for you guys then." And, you know, Kochanski and Parallel Lister have a little bit of a hug. God, what a prick. Anyway, and Lister says, "Congratulations." But there you go. Before anything else happens, suddenly there's an explosion. Crichton shouts, "Gelf ship! Somehow they've managed to infiltrate non-space." I guess they're still in Gelf space. So there we go. Parallel Lister tries to get hold of Kochanski, but she falls, doesn't she? Yeah, she falls into the crevice, hanging onto the strap of this flight case that they've got. But she's not really able to get a grip, and hologram Lister can't do anything about it. So real Lister decides to try to grab her. And so suddenly she's got both Listers trying to reach for her, but she can't reach, and the strap is breaking on the box. So our Lister has a stroke of complete genius, which is also absolute bollocks. He throws the dental floss down, and she grabs that. and he attempts to pull her up by his teeth, going as we go. Somehow, with nothing but his broken teeth, he manages to get her up high enough that he can grab her arm, and the tunnel is completely split and severed, and she ends up on their side as the other parallel Red Dwarf crew are separated. And well, that's that. So there you go. And we move. And anyway, Kochanski is on the sick bay sometime later, and they give her a shot, and she wakes up. Lister is leaning over her, and of course, what does the cat say? I don't know. But anyway,
he's
so
talking about
how
he for a second there he wasn't sure if he was still the most beautiful thing on the ship.
Oh yeah. That was that's not in the script. That's in the
saying?
extended version.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, the first thing she says is, "Oh my god, I thought I'd lost you," and so she grabs him and makes out with him. Of course, immediately as he goes, "I think you've mistaken." She goes, "Shh," and pulls him in for a big snog. And so they're there for a while making out. Crichton turns around and says, "Oh dear, sir, I think Mrs. Kochanski's under the delusion that you're..." He goes, "Oh, not now, Crichton, man. But you don't understand me, sir. You see, Miss Kochanski thinks that I can handle it, okay? Now go and make some sweet tea or something. Permission to speak, sir. Permission refused." And so suddenly she breaks off the kiss and realizes what the hell's going on. She goes, "Wait a minute. This isn't the Medibay." He says, "I think you must have mistaken me for your Lister." And Crichton says, "Well, that's what I've been trying to tell you all along, sir." Lister says, "Were you?" Crichton says, "If only you'd listened to me, I could have saved you from all that yuckiness." And she goes, "Is that the kind of guy you are? Someone who'd take advantage of a woman who's half insensible?" He says, "I was going to tell you, honestly. It's just, they always told me at school it's rude to talk with your mouth full." Anyway, she says, "Wait, you mean I'm stuck here with you?" She grabs the pink nightie and throws it. "Priscilla, Queen of Deep Space? No way. I've got to get that linkway back." Lister says, "It's not exactly possible at the moment. We're under attack." Anyway, they're being shot by Gelfs. And as they all run in, we see that obviously Kochanski has run in and immediately taken the seat at the Navicomp. She gets up and they're trying to work out what's going on. And as if it couldn't get worse for Lister, as in looking like a prat, Crichton says, "They've sent a scan, sir. Take a look." And Lister looks at the piece of paper and says, "Oh my God, it's the missus." Kochanski says, "The what?" Crichton says, "Mr. Lister's Gelf bride." Kat says, "We all went to the wedding. It was just beautiful." Kochanski says, "He married this." Kat says, "He had to." Kochanski, "You mean..." Lister says, "We were in a bit of a fix. We needed an engine part." Says, "You should visit the orangutan at London Zoo sometime. Your eyes will be out on stalks." But there you go. Wait a minute, they're opening comms channels. Crichton says, "Sir, they're demanding that you return to your bride. In Gelf law, separation is impossible without special dispensation from Chief Justice of and he, like, literally,
the fact that you did that so accurately to
yeah, like he really looks like he's about to throw up while he's doing it. Like he literally, like, there's no language in the world that would force you to almost puke saying it, you know. But okay. So Kochanski says, "Okay, patch me into the NCN. I'll lay down an SS line." Kat says, "You what, Officer BB?" She says, "Quadrant 4902/G87 moving across to quadrant 2 from Q41/9. Just follow my chords." Kat says, "Your chords?" She says, "Yeah, my chords." Says, "You want me to follow your chords?" She says, "Is that a problem?" Says, "No, you're not talking about trousers, are you?" She says, "Coordinates." He says, "Oh, coordinates, thank you." And so they head down to the Ice Moon, and with the obviously far superior, actually trained navigation officer Kochanski, instead of the ad hoc figured it out over the last few years Rimmer.
Mm-hmm.
They are obviously in a much better position to do some stunt driving. So they fly along here in this treacherous ice wasteland as Kochanski tells them, hold the line, keep holding. And then she shouts, she suddenly says, lift now. And so they, boom, just at the last minute as the Gelf ship crashes. Clearly, Kochanski is every bit as good as we were led to believe, as she was the navigation officer on Red Dwarf.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. So there we go. As they get away, Cat goes, really snazzy. And then looks at Lister, and Lister's like, you know. He's not. He's pretending that he's not impressed because, you know, he's having a really shit day. You know, in fact, Lister gets felted in both these episodes. Like really, like he gets fucked over big time in these two episodes. So there we go. Crichton. There's sometime later. Crichton's there. Says, still no sign of Miss Kochanski's ship, sir. We're fast running out of time. Lister says, I know, it's good, isn't it? Says, no, sir. I don't believe it is. Says, what, you don't like her? Says, I'm a mere mechanoid, sir. It's hardly my place to point out what a bossy old trollop she is. Lister says, good kisser, though. Says, she knew that was you all along, sir. She was merely trying you out to compare you with her, Mr. Lister. Pshaw. Apparently he's quite something. Initially a soft light hologram that made him sensitive and caring in a way most men aren't. Bullshit. There's no way that would work on Lister. He goes, what? You mean he can remember anniversaries and stay awake for several seconds after sex? He goes, Crichton says, he's every woman's dream guy, sir. He even enjoys shopping for shoes. Lister says, Jesus. Crichton says, a human male who's prepared to have in-depth discussions about relationships. Lister says, ugh. Crichton says, we're talking about someone quite exceptional here, sir. Says, where does that leave me? Says, well, that leaves you trying to help me get her back to her rightful ship. And he sits down. She can't stay here, sir. She just can't. Crichton says, Crichton, man, are you okay? He says, I just know we're not going to be able to get rid of her. And he goes, why is that so terrible? He goes, she's going to take you away from me. I just know it. He goes, what? He goes, I took her a glass of milk while she was showering. I've seen her naked. This is so hard to do. He goes, so? She's got all those in and out bits that you like. Crichton, no matter what happens, you and me, we're compadres, amigos. But that's all going to change if she stays. You'll end up liking her more. He goes, I won't. He goes, you will. He goes, I won't. He says, you will. He goes, I won't. He goes, you promise? He goes, I promise. He says, so if she walked in here now and took all her clothes off and she said, oh, make love to me, you horny dude. And I said, oh, perhaps you'd rather fold some sheets with me instead, sir? What would you do? And he goes, what kind of sheets would they be? Well, those nice cotton ones with the pattern. He goes, what, blue stripy ones or the green square ones? He goes, the green square ones. He goes, so it's making love to Kochanski or folding sheets with you. Can I do final fold and stack? He says, absolutely. He says, well, then it'd be the sheets then, wouldn't it? He goes, oh, she's standing there naked, all naked, with all the in and out bits going all inny and outy. He goes, it'd be the sheets, Crichton, you and me, hospital corners. He goes, really? He goes, too true. Crichton says, you're lying.
Such a sad puppy. Like, you know.
He goes, you're just trying to make me feel better. Oh, why can't she be more like Mr. Rimmer? He was perfect. He didn't have any in and out bits, hardly at all. He says, fuck, my voice is dying. He goes, there's no one I care more about than you, okay? He goes, I'd never dump you like she did. Never. He goes, it's not going to change. He says, never. He says, never. He goes, You're lying. Yes, I'm not lying. He says, yes, you are. I'm going to end up on my own again, just like I did on the Nova 5. He goes, you killed the crew, Crichton. No wonder you ended up on your own. Yes. All right, it was an accident, but nevertheless. He goes, what about before that? It was the same on the SS Augustus. They all died of old age. You see? So there we go. So there we go. Oh, surely
Strenuous.
I deserve something for that. Surely I deserve something for that. Chat,
Take
how
a
we
drink.
I don't have anything to drink except water, but I'll drink some of that.
Yeah. Because that is
it's hard to sustain.
It's hard to do.
Yeah. Oh God, you're lying. Oh, anyway. Anyway, there we go. Yeah. What do you think of that, chat? Nice impression. You alive? Anybody there? No. Well, fuck you. Well, maybe when I'm dead, people will appreciate me. Anyway.
Oh.
uafomega for $5. Thank you, buddy. Says Will has a good old lady impression. Well, Robert Llewellyn has a good old lady impression. I just do a half decent Robert Llewellyn doing an old lady impression. But thank you very much, man. Appreciate you.
I took it. Sad puppy, just whelping and whining.
You're lying. That's fucking great. He's losing his marbles. And Rhoda for another 5. What the shit, bud? My God. Holy shit. Here we go again. Fucking hell. There we go. See, Griff. Squeaky wheel gets the grease. What's that? 23 now. Thank you, Rhoda. You legend. But there we go. And then I saw, you did as well. Hellzo, you bloody legend. 5 Bulgarian says support the voice. Support the voice. Yeah, baby. And, combined in there, I definitely counted at least $10.
Drop it.
Yeah. 2 handfuls of an actual 10. Yes.
There it is. And I'm working on a new clip anyway with a lot of dancing ladies. Oh. But earlier on, I was using that Siri from The Witcher that I added in another one. Mm-hmm. And interestingly, I told it, the usual command: remove clothes, underwear, etc. I think because the clothes that she's wearing has a plunging neckline, so much so that you can see her stomach underneath her cleavage. And then it's trying to make her have a bra on when she opens her clothes. Mm-hmm. So I got like 5 frames of just naked tits. And I was like, why do you keep doing this to me, Grok? You know I can't show it to anyone. Like,
it's
he knows.
Grok's,
there it is.
Grok's a goon.
Indeed. Shout out to Kuya Magic, by the way. Still here.
Grunk.
Appreciate you, bro.
Yes.
He's a Red Dwarf fan as well. But there you go. Anyway, so we're on. And Kochanski's hanging out in the cockpit with the cat. Crichton comes in, says, I thought I'd lend a hand and see if I could help you get out of here. She says, I've got a positive trans-dimensional trace, but I still can't reestablish the linkway. I'm sure it's something to do with electromagnetic phasing frequencies. Cat says, you took the words right out of my mouth. Crichton says, have you tried inverting the signal? She says, we'll need a power reroute in the auxiliary power drives. And she walks out. Cat says, I'll take care of that, whatever it is. Crichton says, it's the big red button there, sir. Crichton presses the button for Cat. Cat pulls a face and presses the button off, pauses, then serenely presses it on again. Gets out of his seat and runs to the cockpit hatch. He says, hey, Officer Butt Babe. about that power similar drive taken care of. They've written it as Bud Babe, but I still don't believe it was Bud Babe. I think it's Bud Babe, but whatever. Anyway, he buggers off and leaves Kochanski sitting as Crichton sit down. They're awkward silence, and then after a second, she says, "You don't like me, do you?" He says, "Mom." She says, "You don't, do you?" He says, "Mom, I think it'd be more efficient if we spent our energies trying to reestablish the linkway." She says, "But why?" Because she is a fucking people pleaser. Remember that. If you want her to, if Lister wanted her and he was serious, the absolute best thing he could possibly fucking do would be to totally snub her. It would drive her mental. And she'd be in his fucking room under the covers before you could say, "Suck my dick, bitch." But there you go. Anyway, she says, "But why?" He goes, "Please." She says, he says, "Mom." She says, "I need to know why." He says, "Do you indeed?" She says, "Yes." He says, "Well, you're not good enough for him. That's all. Okay, he may walk around smelling like a Balti House laundry basket, but he doesn't need the likes of you swapping dimensions like there's no tomorrow and bewitching him with all your in and out bits, all pointy and unnecessary." Which says, "Go on."
Well, it's interesting because, Crichton is actually being a fairly good wingman, even though he's not even doing it intentionally, because he is, he's turned the screws and he doesn't even know it.
There we go. So yeah, he doesn't realize because he actually doesn't like her. Yeah.
Right.
But there you go. She says, "You've got big problems. You know that?" He says, "Well, at least I don't have a ridiculous walk, unlike some people." She says, "Have you seen the way you walk?" And then, of course, he's walking as Crichton walks with his legs like that,
Very
says,
simple.
I have a perfectly sensible walk. At least
Of course he does.
He goes, "At least I don't walk like this." And then
Look at her face, like,
shake it, baby.
You bastard.
She gets up.
Like we were thinking the Chinese have perfected the catwalk, but they did not see Crichton.
No, Crichton's got it. She gets up to yell at him, and then, excuse me, suddenly they hear a beep beep, and then they both go to the screen and realize they've got what they were looking for, and she can in fact leave. And Crichton's like, "I can leave." She's like, "You can leave," and they actually have a high five based on the mutual dislike of each other. So, but then they remember that they don't like each other, and so they calm down. But there we go. As they approach, Crichton says, "Champagne, everyone. If this doesn't deserve a celebration, I don't know what does." Kat says, "What are we celebrating exactly?" And oh wait, we've got this extra scene where they're actually on
where
their ship,
where they're already in the process of unloading stuff. He gets the one crate has garlic in it. And Kat says how it's like, burning his nose basically. And and they're just kind of establishing, that they're already in the process of doing all this stuff.
Yeah. That's cool. It's cut out from the main episode because Crichton says, "Champagne, everyone." Here he is. Yep. If this ain't worth celebrating, I don't know what does. Kat says, "What are we celebrating?" And then he mimes,
"She's getting out of her." Yeah.
And then she clocks him. And then he turns to her and goes, "You found your crewmates at last. How wonderful." She goes, yeah. Thanks, Crichton. Knowing full well what it is,
Right.
Anyway, there you go. And at this point in the episode, we are quite far through it, so people watching probably would have assumed that she's going back to her dimension. But then Lister comes in. Oh, no, wait, that's it. In
this
the gantry,
heart-to-heart hallway.
Kochanski, yeah. This is where they actually almost have a moment. Yeah, he says, "This is for you. Just pop that in the uterine simulator in your Medilab and bingo." She says, "Wow." And Lister says, our child. Despite the fact that they've already got apparently Jim and Bexley, which in one reality is Kochanski's sons. In another reality is Lister's sons with himself.
Right.
But finally, he's had a baby with Kochanski. And she says, I'll, he says, I know. She says, as soon as it's old enough, I'll tell it all about you. She says, just make it understand why I'm not there. I don't want it ending up like me. She says, what happened to you was really tough. The pool table, no explanation. He says, I think that's why I spent most of my early life drifting, I didn't have anything to look forward to because I didn't know who I was, where I came from. Just those two names they couldn't decide on calling me, Rob or Ross. She says, well, I'll look after it. I will. He says, yeah, I know. And then they actually sort of, they sort of come together, and then she leans in to kiss him, and Crichton cock blocks him. What the shit? Excuse me, sir. I'm just doing a spot of dusting here.
Absolute bastard.
But in that exchange, though, all right. So she takes Frankenstein out of the disintegrator because she doesn't have the heart to hurt something that is so innocent and so right. But that's also Lister because she knows his backstory. Yeah. She got a
pity is a powerful aphrodisiac on Kochanski as well. Apparently,
that's right.
Yeah. Pity. That's not a good way to get laid, gentlemen.
No.
Okay.
No, but
you should never, ever try to get a pity fuck. Okay. I'm trying to think if I ever have. I don't think I ever have. Not that I can remember.
I'm thinking that Rimmer would have had a great chance with Kochanski in that case.
No, because Rimmer's too fundamentally unlikable. Yeah. You've got to have at least a little charisma.
Even pity for him would not be enough.
Well, no,
he's got no riz whatsoever.
Right, and that's why I compared him to a kitten. That is not Rimmer.
Rimmer's
not a little kitten. Lister's a kitten.
Lister's a kitten. Rimmer's a snake egg.
Yeah, I was talking. We operate based.
Yeah, sorry.
Solely on pity.
Based on if it was just pity, yeah, maybe. Yeah. Well, to be fair, you haven't seen Series 8 yet.
No. Intrigue.
Drama. Excitement.
Oh dear. All right, anyway. Kochanski in the Starbug Bay. I think, here. She says, look, this is probably a long shot, but if we can hit the right settings, it may be possible to communicate transdimensionally.
She wants to keep track of him.
Yeah, I think she just wants him to be able to contact his kid.
Possibly.
Either that, or she knows she's got a spare.
Right. This is, yes.
Typical woman.
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever. She gives it to him, and he just says, see ya. She says, bye.
She did in that flashback, she did go in for the whole, I want to be friends, but also, this
is really turning into like fucking shipcast.
I'm not doing that. I'm trying to just talk about the psychology.
I'm going to tell
women.
you this one way or another. I do not remember a single time that Lister and this Kochanski get into a relationship.
I'm not saying
and
that
then she's gone.
I'm not saying that it's going to happen. That's not even what I'm talking about.
I'm shooting it down right now in case you think this is going to turn into a love story. It doesn't work out that way, mate.
No. I'm talking about like the nature of women and just kind of like he's a pet. All right. Yeah. That's all I'm getting at is that Lister is getting played by the psychology of women.
Well,
I could be wrong.
Have a lot of opportunities.
Well, no, but he's also an easy mark in this regard. But also at the same time, just because he's the last man on earth, she's still a woman, and she still has some kind of hold over him.
Yes,
it's there. She knows. So
true. It is.
She doesn't have to give it up. She just wants the power. This is power play dynamics.
Yeah. She just wants the availability.
That's right.
Even though he did
I'm sorry, I just found out one of my friends here died.
That's unfortunate.
He was my favorite bar. This is a guy called Mike, who was the owner of my favorite bar.
Mate.
Has died.
Sorry to hear that, man.
He had kidney issues, and
quite unfortunate.
Oh no!
Oh man, I'm so sorry.
That's fucking awful. I haven't seen him in months. I kept meaning to stop by. Fuck. Oh well, rip Mike. Korea Magic, you in chat? You know him too.
Yeah, Sir Spamalot, not to completely bring the but yeah, someone
Sorry,
sounds divorced.
We'll move on. We're doing a show. The show must go on.
Yeah. Someone does sound divorced. Again, I know the psychology of I know the psychology of fucked up relationships, okay? There's a reason why I'm just perfectly content to just be here, just done with women's bullshit,
Yeah.
happens.
Anyway, so there you go. So she's trying to have her cake and eat it, you think, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Well,
she
that's
just wants the
fucking
availability.
Well, there you go. But anyway, Spamalot says someone sounds divorced. Yeah, you do.
a little bit, but also,
she's kind of trying to have an organic cake and an artificial cake.
Well, it's not only that, but maybe she just wants an ego boost.
Yeah,
it's nice
probably.
to be wanted.
Anyway,
it's nice to be wanted.
To be wanted.
Let's
by
get to the actual plot instead
Indeed.
of this hypothetical psychoanalysis of fucking women being snakes.
I'm not saying all women. I'm just saying that and into the next episode as well. Like, they establish a lot of personal character dynamics here, specifically for Kochanski over the course of these two.
Yeah,
episodes,
they do.
so.
Yeah, and she definitely knows how to manipulate Lister. She does it in Duct Soup.
Right.
She does it for his benefit in Duct Soup.
Yeah.
But there we go.
Yeah.
Anyway, so fucking hell, we're at almost 2 hours. It's that Sunday show vibe, isn't it? So they get this crate.
Hold on. Highlight this. John is the smartest one here, I think.
Well, depends what you mean by smart. But
I think I know what I think I know exactly what he's referencing with what John said.
But there we go. Anyway, they find the crate, and Lister says, "What's this?"
Thank you, Foxhills.
And he says, and they're like, supplies from Butt Babe's ship. No, this, and it's the symbol of a snake eating its own tail. And Crichton says, it's the symbol for infinity, sir. The snake eating its own tail and thus completing the everlasting circle of life that has no beginning or end. And Lister says, what's it doing on here? Says, the crate used to contain batteries, sir. Ouroboros batteries. Everlasting. He goes, Ouroboros, what? Perfect timing, isn't it? Crichton says, Ouroboros, sir. It's the name of the symbol. And it's literally the word from his box, obviously. Lister rubs his hand along the top of the box, revealing the Ouroboros batteries legend stenciled on it. He goes, what is it, bud? What is it? Because Ouroboros, it wasn't our Rob or Ross. It was Ouroboros. He says, what was? The message that was written on the side of my box. He says, you came
in the box? That
explains everything.
I mean, most people men come in boxes at least.
Technically, you come out of that box. But,
True enough.
Yeah.
True enough. Everyone comes out of a box.
Lister says, I know who my parents are. I know who I am. I understand now. Crichton says, explain, sir. He says, the in vitro tube, the one that Kochanski's got, the frozen embryo. It's me. At some point after the baby's born, we must go back in time and leave me under the pool table at the Egbert Arms. We wrote Ouroboros on the box to explain I'm my own father, and Chris is my ex-girlfriend and my mum. He says, you should write a letter to Playboy, bud. I bet you anything it'll get printed. Says, I got to get that test tube back. They sprint after the rest of them. He's shouting, wait. He says, Mum, wait. She says, what? He says, I need the in vitro tube. It's me. It's what? Bang. The Gelf have got him again. Yeah. Tube is separated. And once again, Kochanski ends up on their side. But she's not having it this time. Lister says, what are you doing? She says, I'm going to jump. And with that, she, takes her leg up and tries to leap, misses by miles, falls endlessly into no space. As he shouts, Chris, no! And Parallel Lister screams, Christine! Crichton, we've lost her, sir. Lister says, no. And he's still, Christine! Yeah, basically, Lister gets a phone call. His communicator suddenly, he goes, yeah. She says, hi, it's me. He says, hi. She says, I've decided to stay. Just one proviso. He says, yeah, save my life, okay?
Yeah. I at this time, I would like to also point out, though, that the hologram Lister should be called Simster, because that is what he has been doing this entire time.
The whole time, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You hear more about him.
Someone much more. He was presented.
You hear
so
more
much
about him in
serious.
other episodes. Sorry, Helzo, go ahead, man.
No worries. We will, by the way. That was something that we will be seeing more of him.
Oh yeah,
we will see. We won't see more of him. We will hear more about him from Kochanski, and he's insufferable, man. He's
right, and that's why I'm saying he is Simster. And again, this goes back to the whole thing about because
I don't believe that being a hologram made him soft.
I understand that.
I think she browbeat him into it because he was a soft light hologram and couldn't touch anything. He was at her mercy,
right?
And I think she turned him into that.
Oh, sure. But again, that is so real Lister, human Lister, our Lister doesn't. He has free will. He is uncontrollable, and he's got this whole. So that's what I'm just saying. I'm just looking at the psychological, and I know you don't want to do this, but that's what these shows are for, is to dig in deeper into this stuff. So I'm just saying that this is her getting. I know that she couldn't call anybody else in that moment, but she didn't just want to just die. But she's also giving Lister an opportunity to at least pursue some kind of something. Not shipping, but this is all just getting to the whole idea of she can either have her simp boy that's not a real boy, that's just her pet, or she can, at least kind of have like an actual opportunity to live. And she's faced with that in this moment of near-death experience.
Yeah.
So there you go. Anyway.
That's a good one.
Fair enough. St. Hugo 42 for €5. Hello, says snake eating its own tail should be the symbol of independence. To be honest, ever heard of a buddy complain about back pain? Very good. Thank you.
Give me a minute.
Yeah. We'll do it. I'll do it. There you go. Thank you for the 5. Appreciate it. A snake eating his own tail. That's a snake eater for you. Anyway, so yeah, basically, they run into the thing and they find a crossbow. And with no other option, Lister runs back. Now, remember, this is Lister. This is Dave Cinzano Bianco, straight shot Lister.
Yeah.
The man who played pool with planets.
Yes.
In case you think this is a fucking impossible shot. Bullshit.
Yeah. And he actually takes the best shot that someone could do in this situation. Also
except that she don't appreciate it.
Well,
because he aims the crossbow, takes the shot, and it whizzes along straight into Kochanski's leg.
Right, but not into her femoral artery.
No, he took the best possible shot.
That's what I'm saying. Like the most meat on her body that's not gonna have a chance to and he managed to completely miss her femoral artery, so she's not gonna bleed out. Like this is
right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Masterful shot. Yeah. Exactly. So he fires it and she goes, ah. She goes, and she just sits there. She goes, wait for it, bastard.
He pierced Kochanski.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what you get for fucking toying with him. Anyway, there we go. Anyway, as we're waiting, now, Lister is pulling her up. Suddenly, the communicator starts ringing. Crichton answers, and then gives it to Lister. It says, it's an obscene phone call, so I think it's for you. And Lister pulls a sheepish face. So there we go.
Yes, honey.
Back in the midi bay, Crichton says, I've brought you a drink, but don't think for 1 minute it means I've gone all mushy on you. She says, I'm going to get up and work out a way of re-establishing that linkway. He says, it's too late, ma'am. The rift self-repaired. We're stuck with you. Oh, we're stuck with you. There it is. She says, I'm going to try anyway. And so there we go. And she sort of limps over to the bed. And as she's walking away, we see that she's unfortunately left the back of her gown open so everyone can see her quite nice little ass. And Crichton says, oh, mum. And she says, yes, Crichton. And for a second in earnest, she says, yes, Crichton. And he says, welcome aboard. And then she genuinely smiles gratefully and says, thanks, Crichton. And then he's smiling.
Look at how evil he looks.
Yes, because everybody's going to get up, they're going to get some mooncake.
Absolutely evil.
And so we fade to the scene, 22nd century English pub, the Egbert Arms, 2155, 18 months later to us. And Lister is holding baby Lister, holding himself as a baby.
Mm-hmm.
And turns out that he was always the one who dropped himself off under that pool table. And he says, for a long time, you'll think you were abandoned, but you weren't. You weren't, man. You were put here to create a paradox, an unbreakable circle. With us going round and round in time, the human race can never become extinct. We're like a kind of a holding pattern.
Right.
And then he says, I'll see you soon.
Yeah. Which also tracks with him having his own kids, right? And also having sex with himself, and his having his female Lister having their kids. Actually, no, he had the kids for his female Lister. So, but yeah, like all this stuff, we are in a Swiss cheese reality at this point in the series, clearly.
Hell yeah.
And I always just whenever they change up stuff from the flashbacks with the uniforms and everything like that, I just kind of take it as there's just anomalies, and it is just kind of like the way of things, because they've destroyed reality or merged realities and this and that. How many times now through the
yeah. They've changed a lot of stuff.
Future echoes, you could argue, but there's no definitive proof. It's just pictures of the future, moving pictures. Then there's the end of series 2, which is the parallel universe. Then they get back. Then they go to the backwards universe. So that's 2 universes. Then you get Dimension Jump.
Yep,
I think is the next time. Unless you count time slides, or
I would.
What's the other one? The other one I can never fucking remember. Stasis Leak.
Yep. And then,
so they traveled through time twice then, so technically went to different realities.
Yeah, and then the end of season 6 as well.
So that's 5, and then they
encounter
themselves from the future.
Right.
6, yeah.
And that's just our reality's version.
7 if you include Tika to Ride. 8 now. This is the 8th time they've encountered either time travel or an alternate dimension.
Right, and that's just our reality's version. Think about all those other versions, So, and all the mini Ace Rimmers, So it's
Yep, there are infinite dimensions. We all know it. That's what Red Dwarf is founded on, basically.
Yeah,
and now we have
uafomega had people in his life die. Lung cancer.
There's always going to be a rimmer in every dimension, as we have established. There always needs to be
must always be an ace rimmer.
Yeah, and now there always must be a Lister, and there's going to be.
Yep. And there will always be a Lister, yeah.
Right.
So there we go. It's interesting because they finally did do something with Lister. And of course, I've known, and Rhoda's known this whole time, of course, as well, that Lister's his own dad.
Right.
So every time he mentioned things like being raised by his nan, I'm like, is that a blood relative? How could he know? Unless it was always his nan. And then.
Well, maybe Nan is just like the name of the woman who.
It has to be a non-blood relative that he just called Nan, yeah.
Right. Or he was raised in an orphanage. Maybe Nan was just one of the nuns.
Well, not if you consider the woman that he was raised by who looked like him, kind of. But
Right.
older
True enough.
and
True enough.
whiter.
Right. So, but was he eventually adopted from the orphanage, or did he stay there the entire time?
I have no idea.
So, I mean, maybe
No
that's
idea at all.
just who his Nan is, and she was just an old lady who said, "Call me Nan."
Maybe. So there you go. That was Ouroboros. That was Kochanski's introduction and Lister's origin in one episode. Pretty good.
Yeah, and a resetting, a reestablishing of, where the show can go from here.
Yeah, and also, excuse me, I've been up for a long time today. Crichton steps up to become a much more comedic character.
Mm-hmm.
Much more slapsticky, much more use of Robert Llewellyn's range, with that crazy, jealous, obsessive, whiny, high-pitched cry.
Very much reminds me of a dog that as soon as you leave the house just starts wailing.
Yeah. Speaking of which, actually, that's why I picked my phone up in the first place, was to tell the wife to get the cat in. Can you give me a second? I just want to
no worries.
actually happened, and I'll go.
Easily done. I think Helzo and I can handle this for a moment. I don't know. I've mentioned quite a few thoughts on this whole thing. What are your take on episode 1 now that we're all the way through?
As I said at the beginning, I like the episode. I like the change. I like these changes, and the more dramatical change happens, like it has been happening for a while now, so that's not too sudden. And by the way, I did not know that the show was on hiatus before.
Right.
That's something that I missed. So I didn't feel that hiatus.
Right.
And like, I'm someone who very much enjoys a comedy drama series like The Orville.
Mm-hmm. That was the other thing I was thinking of watching this, is how it kind of changed in
exactly.
In
like this episode reminds me of an episode of Orville, because you have some pretty nice, like, thoughtful scenes, and they're very well mixed with the comedy. I mean, it's still more comedy, and it's still more on the comedy side, but the drama is definitely getting some ground here. And that storyline with Lister, that's pretty much, you're getting a huge chunk of bonkers lore. Like, okay, he's his own daddy. You see all of that, and it's like, what? And that's kind of you going
right. And like
happening?
I was saying. Yeah, and like I said earlier, it's very much kind of reestablishing, even though this is still within the same series, this is kind of Red Dwarf take 2, because they even have 8 episodes in this season, and the first 2 episodes were the farewell to Rimmer, and kind of like starting it up again after 4 years, knowing full well that they were going into a thing where he wasn't going to be there. And I don't know why. I don't know if it continues being 8 episodes from here on out, but the fact that they did those 2 episodes and then they start this again, and now you have 6 episodes with Kochanski being the new crew member, to me it was like, this is really the start of season 7 right here. Because also the first 2 episodes of season 7, they had those cold opens, and then for this episode and the next episode, they actually start with the credits. So this is, to me, the official start to the 7th season.
Yeah, they just put 2 episodes like as a farewell, like as a to completely to
give Rimmer an excellent send-off, and and kind of give closure to what had been, but now they're presenting this new character-driven dynamic, much in the same way that when we started season 1 of this, it was the odd couple in space, and now it's this whole will they, won't they kind of thing. And that's not me shipping them, but there is an actual kind of tension that does at least exist, because we know Rimmer's affection and fascination with Kochanski, that has not changed. you know. But
Yeah,
now
you
we have
you have a
Kochanski
lot
there.
of first of all, you've already built up the characters very well. You're not from the beginning. You don't have just this guy or these guys, and one of them is in love with a female on board. You have this whole lore behind them, and this episode provided a lot more, even in the small moments. So they're definitely going into, in my opinion, into a much more enhanced story mode. You know, that they're gonna be mixed. I don't know if the shift is going to continue towards the more serious tone and just have it like a 50-50, because now if I have the talk percentage, it's currently, let's say, 70-30,
right,
or
and
65-35, and before it was like 90-10 towards the comedy,
right. And I know that I mentioned this last week, but you weren't here. They even had a very Doctor Who-esque scene where Rimmer or Ace, you know, just when he phases out, and it's kind of like when you have that shift from Doctor to Doctor, the show changes in ways. So it kind of feels appropriate that it is a change in tone, at least even just because even from season to season, this show has shifted in what it's doing and how it's going about it. So.
But I did like this episode. I'm not someone who dislikes the episode. The change to me was done well. It kind of reminded me, by the way, this is gonna sound funny to some of you, but if you have watched Stargate, especially SG-1, the series, when like Daniel Jackson, the scientist there, was replaced for a season. Sorry for spoilers if anyone hasn't watched it. That's something that turned a lot of people off as well, but to me it was like, okay, this is the continuation of the story. This is how you're doing it. Things are gonna happen, you know. And that's what felt like to me. And I don't know, it's irrelevant if Kochanski is like irritatable. It's just a change in story, and if it works to the whole vibe, it works. To me, for now, it works.
Exactly. So yeah, I guess sorry, I was dealing with a bit of the sort of fallout of my friend having died.
No worries.
But there we go. Yeah, it's a bit of a confusing situation. I didn't realize what was going on. I fucking pissed off I hadn't gone to see him now. I should have. I meant 2 weeks ago, but I never did.
I had the same thing when I got back here. I had a good friend that, you know, we were basically inseparable when we were young, and I meant to get a chance to see him, and found out, you know, basically right after he also had he was in the hospital, and just completely bad things happened, and so I know it's
I mean, I even worked for him a little bit. I managed his bar for him a few times, just because there was no one else. And my other friend, who was the manager of the bar, had got fucking deported. You know, the one who ended up in prison, not in prison, in a quiet hidey hole in an office building for like a year before being deported. He worked for him, and then I had to do his job for a while. So there's that. Anyway, I'll go and check that out in my own time. Yeah, it is a difficult thing to replace Rimmer, because Rimmer is such the MVP character of the show. With you think, like, how much of the laughing in Red Dwarf is either at Rimmer's expense or because Rimmer said something.
Right. And I don't, and that's why I don't even think they even tried to replace him. They're just establishing a new dynamic.
Well, remember, they were still at this point arguing the toss about one day trying to do a Red Dwarf movie. And they knew, Doug Naylor knew, if he replaced Chris Barry and cast someone else as Rimmer, then that would be the end of that. They'd never get Chris Barry back.
Right.
And this way, if they ever had the occasion or whatever reason to do it, they could still bring Rimmer back at some point, and there would only still be one Rimmer. So that was why it was important not to fuck around with that formula. Anyway, chat, how we doing? Are we alive? We doing all right? I see we got a few people watching. That's nice. And yeah, let's move on. Let's get through Duct Soup. Now, Duct Soup is a different kind of episode. It's very similar to Marooned in as much as am I still in? Fuck. It's very similar to Marooned in as much as it's a talkie.
Yeah, this reminded me, like, when I'm watching this episode, the next one, Duct Soup, it took me back to Everything's Gray, even though
it was very much like that.
Yeah.
And honestly, a lot of people say this is the weakest episode of the whole run of Series 7. And I can see why they might say that, but then if the people who made it love it, they absolutely love it. And I like it too, because again, it's the ones where you haven't got a lot of budget, that you have to just work on character.
Right.
And that's what Red Dwarf has excelled at pretty much.
And like I said, as I was watching Duct Soup, I was very much contemplating. I was like, oh, do I watch episode, do I watch the next couple episodes? I'm like, no. I had to, it was like, I legitimately had to tell myself, no, you can wait until after you do the show on Sunday so you can watch it at least the first time. Because I just want to, I like having these kind of be fresh kind of ideas and whatnot. And so I might, when we get done today, because normally I usually just watch these on Saturday, but I might actually end up watching it a little bit earlier. Sometimes I watch it early in the week, depending when I have free time, but I am very much, because of the shift and everything, I am interested in seeing what comes next. So for me, it's working,
Yeah, fair enough, man. Yeah. Whatever works. So we need to get on with this one then. So again, this is, I think whether they meant it to be or not, because I know for a fact this was not supposed to be an episode in this series. This was written when they realized they didn't have the budget to do the original episode 4, which was supposed to be a cat episode. And which you get precious few of. So Cat felt it again. Apparently there was going to be an episode where, according to Danny John Jules, it was going to be a plot where the cat has to have sex or he's going to die. Like, apparently they were going to canonically make it so that the cat is still a virgin.
Right.
And it is up, if he doesn't lose his virginity, he will die. So that was the plan anyway. And they were going to have like a cat girl show up and some gelfs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And a village and stuff. It was going to be very much like Emo Hawk, I think. But they couldn't do it because just didn't have the budget anymore.
Yeah. While we're mentioning Cat, in the episode we just watched, the parallel dimension Cat also has a different vocal intonation and everything like that. So he's also kind of his own unique.
Oh yeah, for sure. They'd be different.
I'm actually sad that they didn't do anything with the alternate dimensions, the gold Crichton and stuff like that. The gold Crichton didn't say anything in that episode, I think.
Well, you'll get a green Crichton in 2 episodes time.
Oh, they're going rainbow.
No, it's not Crichton. It's another series 4000 mechanoid. So Crichton gets a very good episode for episode 6, and episode 5 is the first episode I ever saw. So that will be the next one after this next week. In the meantime, then let's begin Duct Soup. This is a very, very and this is the point I was trying to make. Whether they meant to or not, they went back to like you pointed out, the formula of the first series temporarily. They kind of slowed things down, did a couple of character-driven episodes.
Scenes take place in bedrooms.
Yeah, a lot of chatting, sitting and talking, and getting to know each other. And that's the right way to do it, because you definitely had to do that originally with Rimmer and Lister. It was because of that groundwork in series 1 that the formula is so refined by series 3. You don't need to do anything to explain who these characters are to each other. You just know them. Then they spent half of series 3 and 4 building Crichton up until he was as more or less as thoroughly established as Lister. No one's as thoroughly established as Rimmer. But there you go. Anyway, so they're doing it for Kochanski now, and it's working. Also, stroke of genius having Kochanski enter from another universe as opposed to just finding another person to add to the crew, because then they would have had to do all the exposition, getting to know you, getting to blah blah blah. Whereas this way, at least Kochanski knows the characters, all of them. They're just different. But anyway, there we go. So we begin. It is nighttime on Starbug, whatever that means in deep space, and. It's very, very hot. Lister is in bed and cannot sleep. It is 92 degrees. The cooling systems are not working, apparently. Takes a glass from the shelf, realizes it's empty, and argues with himself. He says, and we've all been here, gentlemen. He says, I want a drink, but I can't be bothered to get up. I want to go to the loo, but I can't be bothered to go down the corridor. It's one of the universal dilemmas, something which has confronted all men since the beginning of time. To pee or not to pee? That is the question.
Right?
Gets a big
that is
laugh,
indeed the question.
Yeah. Says, no, I'll just lie here really thirsty with a full bladder and try to get to sleep. We've all done it, you know? And then eventually just goes, smegging hell. Gets up. In another sleeping quarters, Kochanski is lying in bed looking absolutely fucking furious, holding a spanner or a wrench to you Yanks, looking at the pipes. And she goes, one more time and you get this. Do you hear? Don't you think I don't mean it? Just one more time. Just one more. Suddenly, the pipe issues a hideous, unearthly screech that sounds like some kind of alien dying. Like a striking cobra, Kochanski smashes the spanner into the pipes 2 or 3 times, sending 3 loud clangs, clang, 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 reverberating throughout the ship.
Yep.
What did I tell you? She says. What, go on.
Oh, I was going to say, what I like about what we're getting is we're already establishing great characters analysis on Kochanski, where it's like,
well, the fact that she can be funny is a
right.
good thing.
Well, right. But on the surface, she is very well put together, actually knowledgeable, great at her job, all those things.
But she's still a woman.
But she's still
like a neurotic woman.
Right.
And I know I've known neurotic women all my life.
Right. And the next 30 minutes is a testament to that. So
yeah. And so she is such a British woman, as far as I'm concerned. She behaves exactly like most British women I've ever met. You know? So anyway, she says, what did I tell you? I told you. Didn't I tell you? How many times have I told you? And then she pulls out a notepad because she's obsessive. And she says, right, what was the last one? And she flicks through the pages.
She's navigating.
Yeah. She says, Nurik. So the next one will be a Rotut. And the one after that will be a Hanunga. She checks her wrench. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Another unholy scream bursts out of the pipes. They do kind of sound like those sounds, by the way. And she answers with another smash of the spanner. She goes, now, Hanunga. And a third death stroke is held out. I don't know what's going on here. We're cutting. I guess I'm going too fast. And suddenly a third death throw is howled out. And she goes, no, that's wrong. You've gone out of sequence. Nurik Rotut Hanunga. What's wrong with you? She lays into the pipes again, and there's another one. She goes, if you're going to keep me up all night, just do it right, okay? Unfazed, the pipe monster howls out in its defiance. And she shouts, Squillucle? Where does Squillucle come from? He's new! Anyway, I guess Lister at some point has managed to get his... Oh, that's it. He gets his...
Yeah, he's decided...
His ice cold pillow out of the fridge.
Right after he finished taking care of both problems by taking a shower.
One shower. Yeah, he drank the shower water and obviously pissed in it as well.
Yeah.
So there we go. That joke only works in countries with drinking water, by the way. If I did that here, I'd get very sick. Anyway, So now she's there and she's put the woolen mitten things over each ear, and she slides back into bed and lies back down with looking completely deranged and obsessively furious. And she goes, okay, right. I can't hear you. You can do whatever you like. I can't hear a damn thing. Mockingly, the beast of the pipes screeches out just how wrong she is. In a hitherto unknown state of purest rage, Kochanski lays into the pipes, clangs bouncing around as Starbug rings out to cut to Lister back in bed. T-Gap Steve is here, the great and powerful, says women come in not neurotic variety. Since when? Right. Yeah. What I'm saying is she's she's at least an 8 on the neurosis level, I would say. She's up there with my mother. A little bit worse than my wife.
Right.
Not as bad, not quite as bad as my mother.
And to be fair, as we find out through this episode, I'm not going to say any of the details just yet, but what we learn about her backstory, it does kind of, the groundwork was laid for this to be the character.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you needed a neurotic. You need someone like that because that's what Rimmer had.
Right. But it's a different take on.
You can't make him complete asshole like Rimmer because it would just be Rimmer. So why not have a woman and bring all the sort of lady jokes that you can, jokes, observational comedy about women and men and the differences between us, and then make some relatable jokes for women too, like banging the pipes. My mum used to cry laughing at this sequence,
and
because
honestly,
she related to it,
and given the time that this was 1997, 98, right? So Seinfeld's established at this point in time over here stateside. The 3 men and a lady kind of comedy dynamic is, it works.
Right, exactly. And to answer the question, no, I don't have to boil my water. I have a water heater on my shower because fuck cold showers. But no, you can just buy drinking water.
Yeah,
it's cheap. It costs me like £1.50 every 10 days, maybe.
I use an inline filter for my water,
and I have like distilled, purified water. So there we go. Roadkill's over on Rumble.
Nice.
Saying, what is this? Do you know what? I forgot to do the bloody Discord DM from Furious Dan. I will do it at the end. Sorry, buddy. Anyway, what are whoa, don't you know?
Yeah, I was gonna say there's also another thing from TGAP.
Yes, I know. I'll get to that in just a
Yeah.
second. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what the fuck is going on Rumble, because I don't understand. What is this? And apparently I don't have the window open again. I usually open it up, but I guess I must have closed it by accident. Anyway, whatever.
Also, another benefit to EV Mux is that it just ties all that shit right in, and it all flows.
Yeah. StreamYard
directly.
won't work with Rumble. It's fucking bullshit.
No.
But anyway, there we go. So yeah, women apparently, I don't know. I guess you could argue that they come in a non-neurotic variety, but if you're looking for one of them, you basically have to date a 20-year-old, because that's about the only time that they're not completely neurotic already. And never date a bar girl. T-Gap Steve once again for 20.
Indeed.
20. That's 20, baby. 20 for the Griff Force, 20 for the princesses. Fucking legend.
I got this new anime plot. Basically, there's this high school girl, except she's got huge boobs. I mean, some serious hunkers. A real set of badonkers. Packing some Doban hunkeros. Massive da hunka bankaloos. Big ol' Tanhangera cougars. What happens next? Transfer student shows up one day with even bigger Bakhanaga hoogs. Humongous hungalamga nonologangas.
Baby, thank you very much, man. Appreciate you for that. That's fantastic.
Let's go, Griff Force! Doing it for the princesses!
Yeah.
And then some.
43 out of 50. That is a fucking result. Thank you very much, TJ.
Nice.
T-Gap. I'll get used to saying it right now. The great and powerful Steve. But there we go. Appreciate you, man. I always do. Most welcome. Thank you. So let's get back to the episodes. And Lister is now back in bed with his lovely chilled pillow, but he still can't get comfortable. He twists around and rides for a moment before eventually just giving up, smashing the pillow. Tries again, still can't get it. He hits the pillow, camera cuts away. Kochanski is entering the living area, the aft, the midsection, as Crichton observes her still covering her ears and says, "Oh my goodness, it's Princess Leia. Luke Skywalker that went that way, ma'am. Went that way, mom." Oh my! But he says it in this really like, "Oh my goodness, it's Princess Leia. Luke Skywalker went that way, mom." Like he's still hating the guts.
Yeah, he's very dejected by her presence. He's just
yeah. It's just really funny to hear him what he's like when no one can hear him. So there we go. He's definitely broken his programming at this point. Anyway, Kochanski says, "What?" And he says, "It's nearly 9 a.m., Mom. What are you doing up?" 9 a.m. Okay. Says, "Looking for someone to kill. Care to volunteer?" Says, "Oh, can't sleep." She says, "Have you ever listened to those clapped out old pipes? Nereeking and retooting, and just when you expect them to nereek again, they squillookle." And she's getting closer and closer to complete hysteria. And then finally, whoa! T-Gap Steve again for $20. What the fuck? Says, "And for a trifecta, 20 months. It is 20 months. I didn't even fucking clock. I'm sorry.
Yes.
20 months. I was so interested in the fucking chat. 20 months, 20 memberships, and $20 because you're a goddamn motherfucking legend. What the shit?
Nice.
Holy shit, buddy. Here we go again.
I got this new anime plot. Basically, there's this high school girl, except she's got huge boobs. I mean, some serious hunkers. A real setup of donkers. Packing some Doban hunkeros. Massive da hunka bankaloos. Big ol' Tanhangera cougars. What happens next? Transfer student shows up one day with even bigger bunk hanaga hoogs. Humongous hungalamga nonologangas.
Buddy?
I think 20 months, that's even worth like an extra bowl of soup or something.
Man, I mean, yeah. And considering that we are only 16 cents away from the halfway bar, I'll play the booby clips later. After the episode, we'll round out with that. Just see how we go. Thank you, though, Steve. You're a goddamn legend, man. Jesus, what did I do to deserve all this? Something must be doing something right. Anyway, thank you so much. Anyway, So, she's freaking out. She's losing her mind. She says, "It's enough to make a perfectly sane person crazy." Crichton says, "It's quite amazing the number of people those pipes have driven to the very brink of psychosis. Mr. Lister spent the night in there once, and he ended up trying to suffocate himself to death with an onion sandwich." There we go. She says, "Look at this. This is a boy's fridge. Women would never have fridges like this. Chilled trainers. It just wouldn't happen." That's the Lister thing. Remember he did that in the Legion episode too?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, there we go. Crichton says, "What would you say to a nice glass of drinking chocolate?" She says, "I'd say glass of drinking chocolate. Get me out of here."
Which I love the way that she just takes the what would you say
great.
to, and she just yes.
Yeah, she's great. "Disgusting for the 2 Bulgarian, you legend," says 16 cents OCD.
I could not stand to watch this.
OCD helping me out for once. My mum had OCD, like really like diagnosed OCD, and oh man, it was a handful. But there you go, OCD helping me out today. So appreciate it. Thanks, man.
I don't think that you're necessarily referring to it, but OCD is Osaka Chandal's,
initials, right? Yeah. No, I'm talking about obsessive compulsive
disorder.
I know. It's a pet peeve of mine that people say they have OCD.
That's what I was referring to.
Oh, I'm well aware.
It's a pet peeve of mine that that people say they have OCD, It started about sort of 15 years ago. People were
Right.
going, "Oh, I'm a bit OCD."
Right, and
like,
now they
"No,
say I'm
you're not."
autistic or neurodivergent.
Yeah, now they say they're
Oh,
autistic. Right?
neurodivergent is my favorite, or
Oh, it's so
ADHD and
retarded.
stuff like that.
Yeah,
I was
you're
talking to
mentally
my
ill.
cousin today, Yasto, and like it was like, I mean, we were the kids that would drink Coca-Cola with sugar while eating a chocolate and a waffle.
Yeah.
And we didn't have ADHD, ADD, and stuff like that. But
There's
that's
no that's bollocks. I was as
ran
hyperactive as they
around,
come,
like-
but I could
Yeah,
sit down and focus when I had to. It's fucking nonsense.
Yeah, but
It's a bunch of
I
shit.
mean, we used to run for 10 hours straight outside with the other kids, so we were absolutely.
But it pisses me off, particularly when people used to say they're a bit OCD, because I would say I live with someone who has OCD, right?
Yeah.
Diagnosed,
Debilitating.
she's counting in her head, washes her hands 7 times after going to the toilet, light switches on and off and on and off, has to say God bless you every time I leave the house or I'll die. You know, it has to. And has to say it as many times as she thinks it's necessary until God has heard it.
Yeah.
Right. So it was like that. And you know, heaven help me, I would give anything to listen to that one more time now. But at the time, you know, it was a real pain in the ass. But so when people would say OCD, I'd say, oh really? So you've got a compulsion, have you? Can't control it, and it's affecting your ability to live your life, is it? So it's a disorder.
Right.
Or are you in fact just a little bit obsessive?
Yeah.
You know?
People are taking this stuff like way too lightly and just putting the names on it.
When
well,
people say-
there are people that are
obsessive,
actually
yeah,
but they're actually people that do have to deal with this stuff.
Oh yeah,
it drives me nuts because people who have OCD can't control it, and it interrupts their life constantly.
Exactly.
And
But
so
it's the same with the other stuff. It's the same with the other stuff like ADHD. There are people who do have that, and they're like, it's not just that quirk that makes you interesting, you know.
Oh no,
no, it's not like it's not being a bit anal retentive and focused
well, see,
on
it's
little
funny you
details and
mentioned
stuff
that,
like
Will, because
But
that's
when not that I'm shitting on you because I know you put it in your super chat. I just say it used to drive me nuts back in the day when people, because like it was always girls. They'd always go, "Oh, I'm a bit OCD." And it's
right.
like, what am I like? It's like, no, you're not. Though. You're
But
not.
to what you were saying, the thing that I keep trying to say is, whenever people would say that, is I would always just say, "You're not OCD. You're just more anal than gay porn."
Right. Exactly. There you go. That'll do it. That'll do it. Anyway, that aside. And I know I've been waffling a lot in this episode.
That's all
already.
right.
But we have a lot of dialogue to go through, so we got to get to it. Meanwhile, uafomega has dropped 7 memberships. No, not 5, but 7 to wrap up the bar. Fucking hell, man! All right, bloody legend. We're fucking running out of things to play. I don't know what to play. Hang on, I'll play.
Let's go, Grift Force! Doing it for the princesses!
Soup.
I would restart the bar, but I'll wait till we get 1 for that.
Indeed.
So the bar is full. There you go. Now, the thing is, this is a very long episode of the show, so I'm thinking it will probably end up being tomorrow that we do Jackbox, if that's
Monday.
cool with everybody.
Yeah.
It's a quiet night anyway. It's a good time to do it. But hopefully that doesn't bother anyone in the chat. But let me know, because I'll try to make everybody happy.
Yeah.
And fucking hell, you guys, that's fucking mental. Bloody hell. Okay, let's get into it then. So, yes, as she's sworn at a hypothetical glass of drinking water, drinking chocolate, she says, "I can't live like this. I need a bath. I hate showers. I've always hated showers. Ask anyone who knows me what I hate, and do you know what they'll say? You hate showers? You see, even you know, and you hardly know me. I need a bath. I need sleep. I need clothes. I need cottage cheese with pineapple chunks in."
Excuse
me.
That is
Sorry.
actually a lot of
Isn't
women
that-
do like that.
That is that's the most womanish thing I can imagine.
Yeah,
God damn, with pineapple in it. Oh,
The crazy thing
Jesus.
here
Oh,
is,
please,
as I'm
pineapple
watching
in
this
everything.
episode, I was thinking to me, I was like, she reminds me of Donna. You know, Donna Noble, obviously. It's just, there's just a certain kind of thing there where, and not Catherine Tate, but Donna.
Yeah, Donna Noble.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, sort of hyper.
I could definitely see that.
Yeah.
But cottage cheese with pineapple chunks, goddamn, that is. Yeah, my mum ate cottage cheese as well. Yeah, but we don't really have that here.
Yeah. Or the other one is tomatoes and pepper.
Leave some yogurt out in the sun for a day, and then we'll have cottage cheese. There you go. But there we go. Crichton says, well, the next Space Corps ship we come across, ma'am, I'm sure we'll find some supplies. She just crumples with despair. She says, I mean, I knew when I joined the Space Corps that it would be tough in deep space. I accepted shopping was unlikely, but then I lost my crew, my ship, and I ended up here with a fridge full of trainers, 2 sets of clothes, and pipes that squealuckle when they should rake.
Yeah.
And she starts crying.
And this is the thing where I was like, this is Donna, was that little monologue right there.
Yeah. And she says, I mean, I've tried. I really have tried to fit in. I even tried learning what offside was. And if you're a football fan,
right?
And I don't mean American football. I mean the rest of the world's football.
I mean football.
Oh, I mean football. Yeah. For anyone who doesn't know, but probably everyone does, offside is the rule whereby if a attacking player is going to make an attempt to score a goal, and the ball is passed to him, when that ball is kicked by the other player to him, he has to have at least one defender between him and the goal on the other team. If he's already passed all the defenders when the ball is kicked to him, he's offside because it's too easy.
Right.
So that's it. So that there's still a challenge ahead.
The great thing is, though, even for Americans who do watch American football, there is also offside, and so it's still
sweet. So easy then. All right, there we go. But that's your fucking offside rule. And apparently it's been a joke for decades now that women just can't comprehend what it is.
Yeah.
My mom couldn't. She just couldn't get it.
American offside. American offside is when someone moves before the play actually commences, and
right. Yeah, same kind of thing. You've just made it too easy for yourself. You're effectively cheating. You know. Yeah, but it can happen by accident. Like, an overzealous attacking player like a striker will just run the pitch expecting the ball, doesn't realize that he's past the fucking defender. And it's really annoying now because they have virtual fucking referees with cameras and they call it VAR. It's so fucking irritating because they'll stop the fucking game and they'll play it back, and then the computer will draw a line to see if he had passed the exact fucking micron of the back of the defender's foot. I mean, if his arm is out ahead, he's offside. It's so annoying. And it's the reason that football matches don't have like 5 minutes of stoppage time at the end anymore. They have like 15, 20. The longest I've ever seen was like 25 minutes of stoppage time. It's fucking mental. Anyway, there we go. It's even worse in the World Cup because everything's moving on it. Matches can go on for fucking ages then. But there we go. Anyway, that's it. So he says, Mom, please, I've never had to comfort a crying woman before. I'm not familiar with the technique. He says, hang on, just processing. And you get the beep, 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 beep noise that happens when Crichton's trying to post. And he goes, oh, I see. Oh, well, don't worry, Mom. I know the drill now. Picks her up and proceeds to perform the Heimlich maneuver. So he says, what are you doing? Get off me. He says, the Heimlich maneuver, Mom. I believe it helps women stop crying. He does it again. She goes, the Heimlich maneuver stops people choking, you idiot. He goes, no, I think you're wrong, Mom. Finally, she goes, I'm not wrong. You've just got a corrupted file in your database. He says, well, then why have you stopped crying? She says, well, then because it's really hard to cry when someone's doing the Heimlich maneuver on you. It really puts you off. He says, but you're not crying, though. She says, well, no. He says, so it worked. She says, no, it didn't work. It just, shut up. It flops back into her seat. She goes, where did it all go wrong? My life started off so promisingly. Rich parents, good school, pony named Trumper. How did I end up like this? On a ship where the fourth most popular pastime is going down to the laundry room and watching my knickers spin dry.
Well, says, it's important to say that she is responsible for her being here because she could have called her Lister to save her. Technically,
I guess. I don't know why
Possibly, but she did give Lister the actual that's they have that scene where she gives.
Yeah.
But
you have the communicator.
Give him. Why should give him? Why did she
It's
give him?
weird that the other Lister didn't try to save her. Yeah.
You would think that as a hard light hologram, he would have. But again,
he would have leapt in after her if he was that much of a simp. That's probably why the other two.
That's what they were holding him back.
Yeah.
Because it's not actually, he didn't have a rope, he didn't have any, but he was gonna try to go chasing after her.
Yeah.
So
there you go.
We have nothing to complain about.
So he says that's not true. No one has ever done that. Watch the knickers spin dry. She says that's only because they don't know when you wash them. A couple of posters and a trailer before the world's stupidest stuntmen video, and take it from me, that laundry room will be packed. He says, I think you're doing Mr. Lister and the cat a great disservice, Mom. A great disservice. Cut to Lister and the cat watching her knickers dry in the laundry room. And Cat says, wow, this is the best load yet. Lister says, just for a second, I'd like to repeat that I'm only here because I can't sleep. So I decided to do some of my laundry and help out Crichton. Cat says, yeah. He says, I am not here because I'm a sad and lonely person who's entertained by women's underwear spin drying. Cat says, my God, a G-string. He goes, where? He says, you mean, I swear, it was black and really, really small. Lister says, I'm too mature for this. I'm just going to sit here and read me comic. He goes, oh, buddy, this is a great show tonight. I might even write a fan letter to the washing machine company.
And the fact, and if that black G-string is actually correct in Kat's assessment, that means that when she had her get up to come and see and visit real Lister and the boys and whatnot, she dressed appropriately.
Yep.
There you go. Kat says, sometimes I'm really ashamed to be with you. Sorry, Lister says, you're completely out of order. Do you know that? Says, since when did you get so mature? He goes, mature? I've been mature for ages, mate. He goes, oh, yeah? Yeah. He goes, you're just pretending to be mature because that's your plan to get Officer Butt Babe to fall for you. Everybody knows that. He goes, go and stick a neg up your nose. He goes, it's true, isn't true. It is, isn't, isn't, and they end up literally just like a couple of fucking children just going blah, 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 in each other's faces as Crichton runs in and goes, sirs, what are you arguing about? Lister says, about me being really mature. Says, I've been looking all over for you, sir. Why aren't you in bed? Says, the heating system's gone bonkers. Why? What's up? Says, oh, it appears life on board ship is getting Miss Kochanski down, sir. She's in the midships now, throwing knives into the wall and shouting abuse at the fridge for not having any low-fat yogurt. And Lister says, what's the problem? Crichton turns to the washing machine, stops the program, begins unloading it. Says it's not helped by the fact that her sleeping quarters are next to the sewage processor. You know how noisy those pipes are, sir. He says, well, we'll relag them first thing in the morning. Oh, it's not just that she can't sleep, sir. It's everything. Not being able to have a bath, no cottage cheese, no. Crichton cuts his voice off as he pulls Kochanski's red PVC uniform from the washing machine to realize it's now only about 15 inches tall. And he shouts, the thermostat! He says, I swear I set the correct program. Anyway, meanwhile, who on earth is going to tell her? He says, I mean, who? And then doesn't matter because the others have left him with it. Back to Kochanski. She is now hunched over a can of sliced peaches. By the way, what happened to Rhoda?
That's a good question.
I thought maybe you guys knew.
No. Let me check, see if he said anything in the private chat.
There's nothing in the private chat for me.
Let's see. No.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, no.
Maybe he fell asleep. He did sound pretty tired.
Yeah.
But anyway, there we go. So she's sitting over this bunch of tinned peaches. And okay. And she's obviously gone completely crazy. She's her hair's like a bird's nest. Mm-hmm. And she's very calm, and I've been that angry before, like where I'm just completely calm with rage,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Lister walks in and says, hi. And she goes, He goes, how are you settling in? She says, great, having a ball. He says, we'll get you some more clothes. She says, don't worry, I can wander around in a sheet for the next 50 years. I'll be fine. He says, and we'll fix those pipes. And she says, if you could just make them go Nurik every time without any squealucles, I'd be so grateful. He says, we'll stop them completely. He says, I'm not used to this, not having stuff. When I was 15, my brother Moose used to kidnap my lipstick and hold it to ransom. He knew that if I didn't look good, I wouldn't go out. That's like my wife. Says, if I don't look good, I don't feel good. Says, how do you feel now? She tries to force a hand through her matted hair and lets out a little whimper. Says, don't answer that. She says, I know I've been spoiled, brought up in the trendiest part of Glasgow, which is interesting because, of course, the original Kochanski was Scottish.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea here is that she's from the trendiest part of Glasgow, which, of course, is a bit like saying you're from the cleanest part of Luton, where I'm from. It's just a shithole. Glasgow is, you know, for better or worse, the roughest city around in like the UK. It's like the murder capital of the UK. It's the drug capital as well. It's like,
now, is that maybe where her boarding school is?
Yeah. So I mean, the joke, I suppose, is that in the far future they've cleaned it all up.
Yeah.
So now it's a posh place for toffee-nosed dicks to raise their daughters, apparently. So there we go. Anyway, she says 11. Yeah, he says, yeah, the Gorble. She said, he says 11 years in cyber school. I've been to Glasgow and survived it too, by the way. It's not as bad as everyone says. It's just that it has a reputation for being a drug-addled murder city, you know. But it's not that bad. I mean, it's not great, but it's not that bad. But she goes, 11 years in cyber school, perfect computer-generated setting with perfect CG teachers and perfect CG friends. That's dark. Says, now I can't even have a bath. Lister says, come on, come with me. I've got something to show you. Simp. Anyway, to be fair, most guys would probably do this if they knew that she was out of her mind, especially since he was in love with her.
Right. That, and, you know, I mean,
like, now's the time, baby.
Yeah. This would have been his moment, but he didn't.
Right.
So anyway, he says, you take my quarters tonight and I'll have yours. Says, I've cleaned out an old retro housing and filled it with water. So he's made her a bath.
Yeah, literally.
Says, and given her a glass of wine and everything.
Yeah.
And she says, I don't know what to say. He says, oh, and I found this on that derelict. And he gives her this box with some clothes in it. He says, I was saving it for your birthday. There's some makeup in there too. So she's really happy. And there's this nice red sort of sequiny dress that would look fucking fabulous on her.
And this is the thing, though, is Lister's actually like a real romantic, not like all this overblown what the fuck ever. He knows what she's wanting, what she needs for her stability, not just for herself, but for everyone in the situation. And he's like, all right, I'm going to fix this fucking shit. He's man
I know
enough.
you always tell me that I'm Lister, but this is the kind of romantic that I am too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
When I met my wife, you know, she thought romance was Disney movies.
Yeah, no.
You know, and I was like, that's not romance. Romance is like, you know, the little things, just
paying attention to shit.
Little things that you don't even know I've done.
Right.
Because you didn't have to worry about them. Or, you know, when you've had too much to drink and I'll hold your hair, you know, and rub your back, you know.
Yeah.
Stuff like that, you know. That's romance.
Yeah.
Anyway, there we go. So that's it. So she's actually finally really happy. And now we get one of the funniest scenes of the whole fucking show, because Crichton comes in, says, I can't find her anywhere, sir. I've been searching high and low, and then realizes she's there, quickly hides the uniform behind his back.
Right.
Says, oh, Mom, haha, didn't spot you there. He says, Chrissy's sleeping in my quarters tonight, Crichton. He says, in your quarters, sir? He says, yeah, she's going to have a nice hot bath. He says, in here? Without clothes on? Lister says, well, convention dictates probably, yeah. And then Crichton looks to the camera, and then suddenly we get this sort of series of crash zooms on his face as he freaks out, and we get this sequence of Lister and Kochanski. Now Lister's dressed up to the nines. The only
thing that might be worse than a neurotic woman is a neurotic bot
Yeah, apparently. Because
we'll see.
Conjured up by his own paranoia, Crichton sees himself talking to his longtime and now besooted friend Lister, whose arm is linked with Kochanski. She's wearing the red dress that he's just given her, and both are smiling just a little too much. Lister says, Crichton, me and Chris have been having a talk, and we think it'd be better all round if you leave. And there's this sad music playing too. And he goes, sir, as you probably know, we're planning on settling down together. It started that night she had a bath in my quarters. You remember? She says, we got you this leaving present. And she gives it to him, and he goes, a key ring. He goes, with a C on it. And she says, for Crichton. He says, but you spell Crichton with a K. She says, oh, don't make a fuss. Now I've packed all your heads. They're in this bag. They give him his big sports bag. And they sort of motion him towards this room. And if you saw the version with the laugh track, the crowd that watched this and they recorded them all suddenly went, oh, like they're like really feeling sorry for Crichton.
As you would.
And there we go. And so Crichton walks out into the cargo deck. Lister says, you know what it's like, man. It's the fourth law of the universe. You settle down with a woman, and the first thing they do is systematically set about getting rid of all your mates. The cat's next. And to be a little bit honest, I haven't seen my friends this year.
Right.
Yeah, I've been too busy. No, I can see my friends whenever I want, but I am too busy. She says, that's it. The cat's next. She says, I've been packing his bag for over 3 weeks.
Right.
Says, we want to be a proper couple, have lots of dinner parties. And you see, I think I've reached the age now where I really should be wearing clogs. I don't fucking know. And she says, and you see, we're all a bit embarrassed of you because you've got a funny shaped head. He says, you're not human, are you? You're a robot. Ew. And she says, yeah. And Lister and Kochanski go, ew, together.
Right.
And then they go, oh, hi. And suddenly a Guelph couple walk in, and they mwah, mwah with the Guelph couple that are coming for the dinner party.
Civilized Guelphs.
Yeah, and that's it. And so there we go. It's fucking ludicrous.
Yeah.
And Crichton's just standing there. Sir, we think it'd be the best if you leave. You know, it's just
such a sad puppy, man.
Mean, you know? And that's his terrible.
It's like the dog when he's being replaced.
That's it. And he just shouts, I've just seen the future. So there we go. Anyway, T-Gav Steve is back for another $5. Says, little things used to mean so much to Shelley. I used to think they were kind of trivial. Believe me, nothing is trivial. This man knows it. This guy knows what's up. Fucking true. It is. The women need you to just take care of them. You know, they need to know that things are taken care of. And when they have that, that's the true romance. It's young girls don't really know what romance is. They think it's beach holidays and stuff. And yeah, you do that stuff. And yeah, you'll have your moments and take your lame little pictures in front of the sunset and stuff like that. And they love all that, and they can look at that forever, and it's cute. But they really appreciate it when you do something like Lister's done here without them having to ask. And you just think of them. You know, sometimes I'll go to the shop or whatever, and I'll pop back and I'll have got my wife an ice cream or something, you know, just a little thing, just a chocolate bar or something. She's just like, oh, thank you. You know, yeah, you're welcome.
And this is again,
thanks for loving me, you know?
Right. But this again, kind of, because we're establishing that Kochanski's fairly well-to-do and everything like that. She fancies herself a little bit of like, you know, she's like a bad boy, but a bad boy who actually can be capable.
Well, the funny thing is, Lister, as it is, as you'll begin to realize, you probably have already, is perfect for her.
Oh yeah, and that's the whole point that I'm getting at is a little bit of a bad boy, but also very capable because he's been forged through the fire of the previous 6 seasons of
actually, so he's become a much better and mature version of Lister. He's still a total slob and a total bum though,
right?
But you notice he turns it off when she's around. Yeah. So there you go. So you don't have to be a foppish simp who plays opera guessing games. We'll get to that. Like her Lister. You can just be a bloke with a soft side.
Right. And that's the difference. That's why this Lister is actually the better Lister than
Yeah, it is. Yeah, because he's a more rounded person. Yeah,
right.
And he's capable of giving her real children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not just a glorified sex bot.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Hard
So
life,
obviously we're all rooting for Lister here, even though I know for a fact that it's not going to work out.
Yeah, and which is fine.
She disappears. After series 8, she vanishes.
Which is fine because and that's the thing though, is I have had women that I've been in relationships with that made me better all around, but it's still kind of just it ended. But that's not the point. That's what I'm saying. Why this is important, just in terms of the growth of Lister as a character. That's what I mean by this is his next challenge.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
It doesn't have to have a payoff, but
yeah. I just mean that like she disappears from the show, but then they do actually give her like a reason for having gone later, I believe. After series 8. She gets a lot of funny shit in series 8 as well, actually. Which is great. And of course at that point you have all 5 of them.
Yeah, and from a woman's perspective, Toast even says a bad boy who will do the little things for his woman is the best. So
yeah, well, that's more or less what my wife would probably call me. I know I don't come across as it. I come across as very proper, apparently, on my show, especially on SNH, apparently. But no, I was a right bastard when I was a young man. You know?
And Toasty, you missed it. There was a Toasty in the show earlier.
There was a lady with a slap head.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Sorry. I was trying to do that in a way that would be nice, but also totally tasteless. I just think I managed to hit the nail right on the head. But there you go.
Get the plungers. Get the plungers. Yeah. Plungers in the chats for Toasty.
Exactly. So, anyway, apparently it does turn out later that sorry, hang on. There is actually an explanation for where Kochanski's gone when we get to Back to Earth, which is the 3-episode special that stands in for series 9.
Right.
And then after that, it's like then there's 3 more episodes of 6, and then another 2-part special, and then we're done. So we're actually only we've just passed like the halfway mark in terms of how many episodes there are. So there we go. Anyway, we are really waffling today. Sorry, it's me mostly. But I do like a little bit of romance, you know, and not that bullcrap romance like you get in Disney movies. This kind of stuff. So,
right. And but you know, I think I don't know. This is a more talky episode, so but we will be back tomorrow. So we got time to burn.
Yeah, we got time. So anyway, there we go. He says, "I've just seen the future. I'm afraid Mr. Lister shrunk your uniform, Mom. You only have one left now." And he literally tries to throw Lister under the bus to piss her off as much as possible. And she goes, "Did he? Oh, never mind." And it hasn't worked because she's still totally seduced by the gesture. So and she's tired.
Lister's all smug.
And now that she's had something nice happen to her, all that pissed offness, typical woman, just melts away. And now she's in the mood to just relax. You know, she's finally giving up. We've all been there as well.
Right. And the look on Lister's face too is he's like, "Really, Crichton? Real?" You know, like, but he's not losing his cool over it because Lister, like I say, Lister's very well put together at this point in the show. He still has his
well rounded,
of you know, just
truly disgusting,
being a little bit of a lot, but also at the same time unfazed by you know getting thrown under the bus because he's just like, he's got this. He knows what he's doing.
I remember he used to do a lot of this stuff just to drive Rimmer crazy too.
Right. And so that's the other thing too. Maybe there's also a little bit of Rimmer's not around. It's good to at least have a foil, and if it's driven by a different kind of
it's a different
emotional
impulse.
kind of right.
Yeah.
But it's still,
instead of trying to drive him crazy, he's trying to impress her. So he's got to behave differently. So there you go. Anyway, she says, "Did he? Never mind." Crichton says, "Aren't you mad?" She says, "I'm too tired to be mad. I just want to have my bath and get some sleep." He says, "Right. Well, I'll be going then. Going. After all these years, I'll be going." Lister's like, "Are you all right, Crichton?" Says, "Never been better, thank you, sir." a key ring with a C on it. Unbelievable. Thank you with a capital R.
Which is hilarious because Crichton's being more of a woman right now than anyone else. Like he's the kind of woman who fucking is you cheat on her in a dream and she's mad at you for it when she wakes up and is like, that's I don't know what to tell you about any of this.
Exactly. I've just received a gift on Steam.
Nice.
Which I'm sharing this, so I can't share the window. But it's the Saboteur from Red Valkyrie.
Nice.
Thank you very much. Says, seemed like a good one. Have you seen the indie game Habromania? It is hand-drawn. Hail to Will of the Fans. No, I haven't.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, Saboteur is a chick behind enemy lines in the war. She's a spy, if I remember correctly, or something like that.
Sounds good. Yeah. Sounds all right. Open world action thriller takes you through the seedy streets of Paris as you seek to undermine the German authority and lead a rebellion, fight across rooftops, through dangerous alleys, and operate a wide variety of vehicles as you navigate your terrain. Sounds cool.
Yeah.
Don't think I've even heard of it. I'm sure I've heard of it.
It was, it wasn't like a widely, big title, but it was definitely something that came out and had a presence. So yeah, it's a good game.
Right. Okay, well, thank you very much, Red Valkyrie. Appreciate you. I don't know if you're in the chat or you just did it. No, not in the chat. Well, shout out to Red Valkyrie if they show up. I will be very grateful to them. So anyway, there we go. Right. So yeah, he says thank you with a capital R. Kochanski says, what's it in him? Lister says, I don't know. I'll find out later. He says, thanks for this. I really appreciate it. He says, hey, no bother. She says, see you in the morning. And he's like, oh. She's like, oh, that's right. Well, I'll be going then. She says, yeah, night. He says, right, I'll go then. She says, yeah. He says, yeah. Like, he clearly thought he had a shot. And to be fair, he probably is never going to have a better shot. But
there is that point of you've gone too far, and he
does try one last thing.
Yeah,
where he comes back in and says, no, before he leaves, he says, if you need anyone to scrub your back or anything, don't hesitate to call. I can be here in 20 seconds. She says, I won't.
Same.
He says, right then. She says, good night. She says, night. Good night.
Yeah.
And then walks out. As soon as he walks out, suddenly a muted explosion shakes the Starbug and the cabin lights extinguish.
Right.
She says, what was that? And Lister says, hang on a minute. I've got a torch somewhere.
Yeah.
So he lights his torch and they head out into the corridor where they run into the cat and Crichton. Cat says, what the hell's happening? Crichton, the generator's down, sir. I was just adjusting the thermo settings and it's overloaded. Give it a few seconds and the emergency backup will kick in. And there it is. Bang. The lights come back on. It says, thank goodness. And they all walk back into Lister's quarters for some reason.
Right.
Crichton says, I'll look into it immediately, sir. But then suddenly the lights go off again.
Yeah. To be fair, too, like I think that Lister, if he would have actually just walked out of the room, of course, this scene had to happen the way that it plays out.
Yeah.
But had he just walked out of the room, he would have. That would have sealed the deal, I think, in terms of just, because him actually trying in that moment was the thing that was actually undermining his attempt.
Oh, if he'd buggered off, she probably would have looked at him with a lingering glance or some shit.
Oh yeah. She would have had some extra, time in the tub,
to see,
so to speak.
What he really is like. Yeah. But there you go. Anyway, so Lister says, there goes the backup. Everything's dead. Cat says, how come the door's closed? This says, when the backup goes down, the doors always lock, prevent fire, reinforce hull integrity. So what's steering this crate? Is autopilot down too? Crichton says, everything's down. Oh, I wish I'd been more careful. Says, you mean this ship's careening out of control through space with absolutely zero expertise at the helm? And Kochanski says, no change there then.
Zing.
Lister says, we've got to refire the backup generator. The only way to get to the backup is through the service ducts. The what? 2 miles of ventways that wind their way through the ship like intestines. There should be a hatchway in your shower, sir. Lister says, how long is that going to take? Says 6 hours. Lister says 6 hours. It's about this time we realize that Lister is claustrophobic, which is interesting because he's been in positions with tight spaces before, but not quite. I guess when they were in Hitler's chimney, maybe that would count.
Well, he still had the
Knew he could
light
get out.
there. Yeah.
Yeah. And he was upright.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the time that can help. But anyway, whatever. It didn't bother him that much. I think it's just the thought.
Well,
of it
he even
bothers him.
mentions that it's something that doesn't always get to him. It's certain situations. It gets into his head from time to time.
Exactly. There you go. So anyway, Kochanski says the reading said last night there was going to be a meteor storm coming in directly ahead, but it won't hit us for at least 12 hours. Crichton says we should gather up some supplies, a little food, as much water as we can carry, and maybe even that magnetic fishing game. Stupid travel fishing game. Yeah. Whatever. They get into the vents. So here they are. They're in the ductway. Cat says it's so damn hot I can barely breathe. It's like being stuck in a sauna with a fat man on your face. Lister says, I don't feel good. The walls are closing in. Crichton says, are you okay, sir? He says, I need to take a break. I need air. Kochanski says he's claustrophobic. Didn't you guys know? Apparently she knew.
Mm-hmm.
Lister said, I'm all right when I know I can get out, but when I know we're in the middle of somewhere, I can't breathe. Crichton gives him a drink. They take a look around, and the cat and Crichton bugger off for a second, leaving Lister and Kochanski all alone. He thinks his throat is closing. She gives him a drink, says, drink some of this. Says, drink some of this. You just need something to take your mind off it. She says, I wonder why my Dave, wasn't claustrophobic. He says, oh, thanks, Chris. That's really helping. Now is not a good time to tell me how great your boyfriend is, okay? She says, he wasn't my boyfriend. Not really. He says, what? He says, no, we were just good friends. He said, no, but you said, I didn't want to look like some sad loser when we first met, so I asked him to play along. You mean you weren't going out with him? She says, he wasn't my type. Says, but he was well-dressed, neat, sophisticated, sensitive. You're so damn picky. Why wasn't he your type? She says he was gay. Lister goes, you see, picky. Everything's got to be absolutely perfect before you...
And then it registers what she actually said.
Before she's on. She says he was gay. He goes, gay? She says, yes. He says, are you saying I'm gay in an alternative dimension? She says, yes. And again, remember, even in the 80s, it wasn't okay to mention gay, like, openly on TV.
Mm-hmm.
So there we go. So he says, you saying I'm gay in an alternate dimension? She says, yes. And he says, me? She says, that's why we only dated for a couple of weeks. It was sort of his final attempt at trying to work things out.
Oh.
He said, wait a minute. You don't think... Now, hang on. I'm completely straight, okay? I couldn't possibly be gay. I can't grow a big mustache for starters. Ask anyone. It just grows in little clumps. She says, Dave, shut up. He says, I'm just saying. She says, I really miss him. He was great. Sometimes we used to go to bed together and he'd just hold me. Made me feel everything was okay. Says, well, actually, no. What am I thinking of? I am not gay. He was just trying. He says, there's no need to make such a big deal about it. He says, I'm not gay. He says, back on Red Dwarf before the accident, I had loads of gay friends. He says, yeah, so did I. He says, yeah. Real friends that you were really close to. Yeah. He says, name one. He goes, okay. What about Bent Bob? She says, Bent Bob. He says, yeah, little guy, bad toupee, used to work in catering. She says, that's what you used to call him, is it? Hey, Bent Bob, how's it going, mate? She says, this was his nickname. He was affectionate. I mean, obviously we only used it behind his back. Used to be one of the poker school. Nice bloke. She says, and he was one of your really good friends, was he? All right, I admit I haven't got any gay friends. He says, yes, you have. You just haven't known they were. He says, like who? She says, well, I can only speak for my reality, but on our ship, Todd Hunter. He says, Todd Hunter? She says, yeah. She says, but he was married. So? He had kids. She says, so? He says, he used to fool around, slept with women. She says, that doesn't mean anything. He goes, yes, it does. He goes, hang on a minute. This is garbage, isn't it? You just made it all up to take my mind off being stuck in here. You're not really a sad loser after all, are you? And he goes, God, I found that really attractive as well. Made me feel all kind of superior and macho. Not that I don't usually feel macho, because I do. She says, here, have another drink, hetero boy. He says, so you're Dave. He isn't, is he? And she looks at him and she sort of goes, nah. Gives him a little, nah.
Right.
I think I'm not sure if I'm behind or... Yeah, there's the hetero boy.
Yep.
Nah, there's the... he's not gay. No.
But yeah.
He goes, smeg. What are you crying about? She stayed with him.
Yeah.
Just stop being such a bitch and maybe she'll go for you.
Yeah, see, that's the whole thing is like hologram, a hard light.
Hunter was his full name. Todd Hunter is his last name. His first name is something else. I can't remember what it is.
But
Frank Todd Hunter, that's his name.
Yeah, but the hard light Lister is just a facsimile of Lister, and that's not enough.
No.
So
look, we've established here, and it'll frustrate us all no end.
Oh yeah,
Lister will systematically fuck up every chance he has with
Kochanski.
Of
course,
by being too into Kochanski.
Right, and that's why that's that previous scene where I said he was doing fine up until he actually thought that he
actually tried to make a move.
Yeah,
or tried to hint at making a move. The problem with that scene is he didn't shit or get off the pot. If he'd walked out of the room, she would have wanted more. If he'd swept her off her feet, she might have gone for it.
Yeah.
Either way, what he did was like a bitch move. It was like a fucking best friend zone move. Like, shall I stay and scrub your back? No. You go. Come here, you beautiful woman.
Because he was in that instance. He was asking. He was acting like hard light Lister.
You just literally tell her you are so fucking beautiful, and then give her a kiss.
Yeah.
I bet she would have gone for it. Or you bug her off.
Yeah.
And
just know that you got tomorrow and you're in confined spaces and just stop trying.
Just no. She's on the ship. You're closer than you've ever been.
Yeah, and
the billions to one chance that you ran into the love of your life in the middle of deep space.
Right, and she showed up wearing a G-string. Man. Come on, she showed
up and she brought a G-string. Look, man, she's cool.
Yeah.
She's cool.
The interesting thing, she must have been wearing it. Right? She's only got two clothes.
Exactly, that's what I'm getting at. Like that whole thing. Putting on
which is interesting because how are they watching her knickers in a spin cycle and it was hard to spot the G-string if she's only got two lots of clothes. Busted. Shit writing. Crap show. Anyway, there we go.
Exposed.
Got you, Doug. Anyway, there we go.
Got him.
Almost as pretty as your sister. Yeah. All right, anyway. Almost as pretty as your sister. That's a good way, yeah. That's a good way to neg her. Yeah. That was neg her, YouTube. Okay. Anyway, there we go. So the cat reappears. And he says they need smaller hands to go and deal with the thing. So Kochanski's got to go with Crichton. Cat sits down, says, leave him to me. So now Lister, who's finally starting to feel a little bit better thanks to Kochanski's distraction. I think I'll just put this in the background until he reappears. Now he's left with the cat, who says he can take care of him. So the cat turns around, and the first thing he says, boy, is it cramped. Woo-wee! I tell you, if I was dead, you most certainly could not swing me around in here.
Which I love because swinging a dead cat.
Yeah, I know, but just it's double with the fact that it's just so tactless. Like the first thing he says to a claustrophobic person having an attack is, boy, is it cramped.
but it's still cat. He's just
always, by the way, by Daddy John Jules, just pitch perfect, absolutely, and spot on timing. Just boy, is it cramped.
Yeah, completely discounting anyone else's anything. It's because I mean, cat is the center of the universe, right?
I still claim to my original theory that cat is God.
Cat is the thing is that Lister is cat's God, so that can't be.
No, if you remember, I had a theory that cat is God, like a version of the deity.
Fair enough. Anyway, so he says all that, and Lister says cat. He says, talk about cooped up. He goes, cat. He goes, oh, sorry, not supposed to talk about that, right? He goes, right. So he shuts up for a few seconds, and then he tries to think of a way to divert Lister's attention from it, but he can't think of anything. So he says, so how'd you get to be claustrophobic? He goes, are you born that way, or is it because you're kind of a sissy? He goes, sissy. He goes, yeah? He goes, yeah. Now, can we just change the subject, please? Cat takes another drink. He goes, so how comes you didn't get it when we was in that tunnel when all the walls were... He goes, I don't always get it, okay? Just sometimes. When I know I can't get out, maybe it's something to do with blood sugar. He goes, but how come you get it at all, though? He goes, ugh. He says, I was 17, working in the Mega Mart part-time as a trolley parker. After a couple of months, I fell in love with cashier number 4. She was 22. Come to behind the bacon counter eyes. Instead of come to bed. Come to behind the bacon counter eyes.
She's going to show you her buns.
Yeah. She's going to show you something. She's going to show you everything. Right. Says, and there was just something about the way she held a pricing gun that made me crash my trolleys. I don't know. She was holding it like this, I guess. Anyway, we started seeing each other in the stockroom at break time. She gave you claustrophobia? I didn't think you could get it that way. Sexually transmitted. He goes, no. She was married to this bald bloke who used to serve the fish, 10 years older than me. He was more interested in this amateur dramatics group he used to run than her. Sounds gay to me. Says, one evening, we were both on the late shift. We snuck into the stockroom, started making love on a box of tinned asparagus. After a couple of minutes, about halfway through, I was 17. She leapt up and said, there's someone at the door. So I jumped into this wooden packing crate. It was him. He asked what the hell she was doing lying on a box of reduced tin dented veg with no kit on. She said she was trying to get an all-over tan from the light bulb. He was having none of that. Says he sealed me up in the box and said he was going to drop me in the canal. He drove me out there. I was screaming at him, pleading, let me out. Promised him anything. I said I'd never see it again. Just let me out. In the end, he relented. I've skipped ahead too far. And I heard the box being opened. I stepped out, bollock naked, right in the middle of the brutal player's amateur production of The Importance of Being Earnest. Cass says, boy, that's enough to freak anyone out. And there we go. So, cut to, I think, Crichton and Kochanski down corridor and well out of earshot of these revelations, working at the Access Grill. I had no idea Mr. Lister was claustrophobic. Why did he never mention it? Well, it's probably not something he feels comfortable talking about. He says, he's told me everything about his life. Not everything, Crichton. Absolutely, Mom. She says, everything? Before you arrived, nights were long and dull. Cheese slice snap can only entertain for so long. He says, so what did he tell you about me? He says, oh, absolutely everything, ma'am. I don't think he missed a single detail. She says, you mean he told you about the rusty gate? He says, oh, the rusty gate. That was one of the first things he told us. We all had a good laugh about that. She says, he told you that? He told you I make a sound like a rusty gate when I'm making love. He told you that?
Right.
What? I tried to picture. That's the first time I've ever tried to make the noise. I have no idea. That's what I picture anyway.
Right.
Yeah, he wrote it.
You got your screamers, you got your grunters, and you got the rusty gates, you know.
Hello.
Yeah, right.
Rhoda!
Yeah. My
Rhoda
thing's
has
not-
returned.
My
Time
shit
for
is not
Rusty Gate.
working. My shit isn't working. I'm fucking trying, but my shit is not working.
No worries.
Okay. You all right? Did you fall asleep?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway,
sorry, guys.
that's
No
all right,
worries.
mate. Anyway, so
I
he
will
said
try and fix this.
don't worry. He said he told you I'll make it sound like a rusty gate when I'm making love. He told you that. He said no. He told us his grandma once had a rusty gate and he helped fix it. He says, and that gave you a big laugh. He says, well, like I say, Mom, light nights were long and dull. we were glad of the anecdote. She
Which
says,
makes it even better.
now she is, of course, hideously embarrassed because she's just revealed that factoid to the one who hates her the most. What were you going to say, John?
Oh, that's basically what you were saying. It's just it's so amazing that it's just she's gone and given such a complete,
self-felt. Yeah.
Right. She has just put out something that it's like, oh well, that's quite an intimate detail about Kochanski. That now everyone watching the show.
Well, he does say in a second, doesn't he? She says, so he didn't. Just shut up, okay? I never said that. Says, allow me a second, Mom. Just cross-filing that story under B for blackmail and A for anecdote. Subcategory S for so funny you'll laugh till you're sick. She says, look, wighead stand, me and Dave, it's all in the past. He says, in that case, Mom, why does he keep looking at you in the same way that a starving man would look at a packet of roasted peanuts? She says, and it gets a laugh. She says, well, it's because, Mom, he can't wait to get the wrapper off and taste the salty goodness. She sits there and goes, that's his problem. I'm accounted for. He says, what about the way you look at him? She says, what way? He says, I've seen the way. She says, what way? He says, like he's a pot of cottage cheese with pineapple chunks in. She says, how could you say that? I have never looked at him like he's a pot of cottage cheese with pineapple chunks in. Maybe once or twice plain cottage cheese, but never, ever with pineapple chunks in. Never, ever. And then she goes, have I?
Have I?
that little element of self-doubt is so
I'm really glad that I have it perfectly.
It really endears Kochanski to the audience as well.
Yeah,
like,
and
that
is the strength of this episode.
Palpable.
Fox Hill says, I don't think I could deal with that noise. What, the rusty gate?
You know what?
If it was her, I think I could take that one for the team.
It's not terrible. It's not,
if it was her when she's as she is like 20 years old or something, But
also, the intensity of the noise would be much greater. So
but they are speed running character growth and or just establishing who she is. And this episode.
She's about perfect. 25 in real life when she made this. 25, 26. So there you go.
But
I'm just curious.
The exposition that they get through in this as just
what bothers me? They keep calling it making love. Something about that just irritates me. I don't know why, because no one actually uses that expression in real life.
Right. Well, this was still the 90s, so there's certain you can make certain jokes about sex, but
you could have just said in bed.
Right.
But whatever. Anyway. So there you go. Crichton's got some dirt on Kochanski, and she's now wondering if she looks at Lister like she wants to bang his brains out. Yes. Well, there you go. But of course,
hello, welcome back.
Hey, welcome back.
Yeah.
So anyway, Cat says, cut to Cat and Lister. He says, "What's that?" He says, "What's what?" He says, "Can't you hear it yet? Like a roaring noise." He says, "A roaring noise?" He says, "Like a watery kind of roaring noise." He says, "I can't hear a thing." Says it's like a water roaring down, say, a passageway, in kind of a roaring, watery kind of way. Says, I wonder what the hell it is. Lister suddenly looks at the duct way that Crichton and Kochanski took. Says, and then sort of moves. He goes, "Hey, where are you going?" He goes, "Chris, Crichton, recycle water." And he starts going the other way. He goes, every 4 hours, the ductways get backwashed. He goes, you know what? I think I just solved the mystery of the watery roaring noise problem. He goes, come on. Rambles off. He goes, I ain't going with you. He goes, why not? He goes, that's where the water's coming from. He goes, shit, apparently. Apparently he shouts shit and actually goes. Yeah. Cat says, you can be really dumb sometimes, you know that? And then he hangs around and then suddenly realizes he has to go. So he goes off, darts after Lister, who's now running down these ducts. Anyway, there is no escaping the inevitable. As Lister takes cover and he pulls the cat in, all this fucking water gushes past him. And that's that. So there we go. The cat pauses. Lister goes, I hate this. I really hate this. Then they're sitting there.
I really feel with this scene because I know I've mentioned before that I've got like properly anxiety disorder, like actually like diagnosed by doctors, not like some shit that I say online.
Claustrophobia.
So when Lister's like, that is just I really feel that scene. I think that like he acts that so perfectly because that's exactly what you would look like when you're going through that. So I mean, kudos to Greg Giles there.
Yeah, well, I mean, they do base these things on like a lot of it is like things that they find out about each other in real life, you know. So the characters are really just blown up versions of them. But hey, whatever. Anyway, they're going down a different corridor now, and the cat pauses again, says, what's that? Says, what's what? Says, that noise. I was, oh, not again. What noise? Is it a roaring, watery kind of noise? He goes, no, not that noise. This is a different kind of noise. Is it a kind of cat being smacked on the head by a smacked off Lister's fist kind of noise? He says, it's a sort of swirly, windy, water-drying, hurricane-y kind of noise. Says a swirly, windy, water-drying, hurricane-y kind of noise. The dryer! The vents get dried after a backwash. He goes, here it comes. And of course, they now have to cling for dear life as the wind. Oh, the cat gets blown away and they go whizzing down the corridor and get stuck. And Rim and Lister,
at what point does Cat's cloak get blown off?
Don't know. No,
Because we know where it winds up later.
He gives it to
It doesn't get
Kochanski.
blown off. He's just
Kochanski
being
wears
kind.
it.
Yeah.
For some reason, he actually does something kind, apparently. But there you go. So they tumble away, and Lister shouts, I am not having a good day! And it's about as angry as you ever hear Lister in the whole show. So there we go. All present, the dwarf has managed to find themselves and are enjoying a temporary moment of calm. All except Lister, still finding that the lack of activity has brought back his claustrophobia. Crichton fusses beside him, holding a hypo gun. Says, this should help, sir. Take away the rising panic. Why didn't he use it before? Whatever. He says, what is it? He says, there was a first aid box in the supply store. Oh, there we go. That's why.
Yeah, because they
There's
found it.
Limoplathenamine catharolite. Okay. Catharolite. Okay. Crichton applies the hypogun to Lister's neck and empties a round into his vein. Turns to Kochanski, says, well done, Mom. So they're getting on a little better now. Not much better, but better. Anyway, all present. Crichton says, well, everything considered, we made good time. Cat says, what if we're down here for days and end up having to eat each other like those dudes from that plane crash? He goes, those were exceptional circumstances, sir. Their only other choice was airline food. It won't happen to us. Kochanski says, good, because there's no way I could ever eat a person. Crichton says, no way I could ever cook one either. Not without my slow cooker. They have eaten a person.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Cat says, what about drinking your own urine? Crichton says, well, that's absolutely out of the question. You should never serve urine with white meat. Lister says, I hate the dark. It always reminds me of being back in the orphanage school. The dorm was always pitch black. The tight sods didn't allow so much as night lights just to save electricity. I remember one night the lights went out, and as usual, Squeaky Gibson's bed started up. Squeak, 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 squeak. We all picked up our shoes and threw them at him. Shut up, Gibson, we're trying to sleep. Anyway, we all settled back down, and after a while, his bed spring started up again. Squeak, 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 squeak. More shoes, football boots, trainers, everything. But there was no stopping him. Just got faster and faster. Squeak, 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 squeak. So I got up, snapped on the light, and there under a mountain of shoes was poor old Squeaky having an epileptic fit. I managed to wedge one of my trainers into his mouth. Probably saved his life.
which is a great punchline to what other sounds like a masturbation joke.
A masturbation joke, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, obviously he was a serial wanker. On this occasion, he happened to have an epileptic fit.
Yeah, the
How
way
hard
that
you
it
have to be
ends
going
with,
at it, make bed springs rattle like that. I mean, you know, there are more discreet ways to get away with it. You know?
Indeed.
On your side for a start. But there you go. But anyway. Yeah, Kochanski weighs in. She says, cyber school was so different. We'd arrive on the first day of term. No, you wouldn't. It was cyber school. It says, put on our total immersion suits and get connected to the mainframe. And suddenly there we'd be. I guess you did. In a perfect replica of a girls' boarding school. We had Miss Brodie for English, Mr. Chips for maths. For history, they brought in Disraeli and Genghis Khan. For literature, they let us talk to Shakespeare and Dickens. Kat says, can't wait to hear what they did in sex education class. What are you saying, Rhoda?
I've got a question about that bit. They have Mr. Chips. Was that like a reference to the BBC drama Goodbye, Mr. Chips that was going on at the time?
I don't know.
Martin Clunes. I hope it was, because that was actually really good.
I don't know. I've never seen that.
I
do know that Mr. Chips is a character, a teacher, a beloved teacher from books, I believe.
Yeah. There's a really good remake with Martin Clunes from Men Behaving Badly,
and then of course
it's really worth watching.
I was waiting for someone to mention the character from Catchphrase as well. Yeah, of course. Not that Mr. Chips, no. Anyway, but yeah, I remember just because Vince Gilligan always said the infamous line when he decided to set out and make Breaking Bad that he was trying to turn Mr. Chips into Scarface.
Mm-hmm.
Succeeded spectacularly, by the way. But there we go. She says, at 18, when I finally got out, I kind of went off the rails. Crichton says, how off the rails? She says, those are the rails. There's me. Says, that's way off the rails. Lister says, so what did you do? She says, oh, you name it. He says, no, you name it. What did you do? She says, well, he says, yeah. She says, what? You want me to write you a list? He says, yeah. Okay, well, I smoked cigarettes sometimes. I wore skirts that were quite short. I went to the library and was really noisy. Says, really? She says, no, not really. I was in the real life for the first time. No protectors. I went insane. Lister says, really? She says, yeah, I was a retro punk. I went, wow. You say, they always say the hardest part about leaving cyberspace is realizing the whole universe does not revolve around you. Sure doesn't. It revolves around me.
Can you think of anyone more deserving?
Right. She says, absolutely.
Yeah.
Kat says, I'm serious. Look at the evidence. Says, what evidence? Take food. Until I bite into it, it has no taste. Even when I know what I'm going to say, it never bores me. Says, you and you alone. Because, and here's the clincher, all of the interesting things that ever happened to me happened when I was in the room. Coincidence? Get out of here.
And because of this, little, revelation of Kochanski's, I was retropunk.
Wild side.
Yeah, her wild side. All the more reason as to why she
Lister
has a
is
thing
truly-
for Lister. Yeah.
Yeah, because Lister just is that.
Yeah.
Except way worse. I mean, the idea of going into the library and being noisy, but she was being stupid.
Right.
He was being daft. She was much worse, apparently. Retro punk. According to my reckoning, we should be halfway across B deck by now, apparently, they said. So they're crawling along again.
Mm-hmm.
Cat says, boy, this place is hot. Satan could come in here on his winter break. Lister says, hang on. How come it's getting hotter when the generators have packed in? It should be getting colder, shouldn't it? Crichton says, Mom, that meteor storm you said we're heading towards, which direction was it in? She said, dead ahead. Says, oh, anything else in the vicinity? She says, to the west there's a sun, but that's about it. Says, I think we've been knocked off course, probably due to the initial impact of the generators going down. I think we're heading straight into that sun, and it's all my fault. And Lister says, Crichton, man, it's not your fault. He says, it is. He says, it isn't. You were just adjusting the thermo settings and it overloaded. He says, I did it on purpose. I typed in an override code on the access panel in the corridor. He goes, what? He says, I don't know what to say. I didn't realize it would be so dangerous. Lister says, Crichton, man, what made you do it? He says, I really can't remember. Says, what do you mean you can't remember? He says, I'd really rather not say it out loud. Might sound a bit silly. Kochanski says, say it. He says, I didn't want you to have a bath, ma'am. Well, this is one of those
And
no
jealousy.
baths, and Mr. Lister would scrub your back, and before we know what's going on, he's wearing clogs, and you're having gulfs around the dinner. And what would happen to me? I'd have been on my own again. She says, oh, Crichton. He says, I was just so scared. Scared. It's the voice again, isn't it? I was just so scared. Yeah. Lister says, come on, we've got no time to waste. Let's get the hell out of here. Crichton says, we're not going to make it, sir. I'm changing voices. He says, yes, we are. Kochanski says, how? He says, we're going to catch some surf. So here they go. And of course, they're on a salvage metal plate as the tide of water comes once again. And this time they use it to ride all the way down the corridors as fast as they possibly can.
Yeah.
Now,
And Cat has given Kochanski his jacket because
Kochanski's
he's being
wearing
chivalrous.
his jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, interestingly, when they shot this, they had planned to pull them along on that thing. But in fact, what happened instead was they had a bunch of firemen, all of whom had hoses, and they had them on full power, fire hoses, at least 4, apparently, pointing at them. And evidently, in the 90s, things don't catch on fire as much as they used to. So firemen rarely actually get to use their hoses. Most of the time, they're just cutting people out of cars and things like that.
Right.
Apparently. So they were really enjoying themselves on set, getting to use their hoses. And from what they've said in the making of, they blasted the fuck out of the cast with these fire hoses for some good hour or so, trying to get the right shot. And so basically, as Ed By, the director, pointed out, it was an opportunity for everybody else who'd ever worked with these guys and been pissed off with them
to have a blast,
to get a bit of revenge. Yes, like blast. So this is done for real. They didn't actually have to pull the thing along at all. The pressure of the water genuinely propelled them forward. So there you go.
In the little town that I grew up in during high school, during the fall festivals, they would actually have a keg. It was like a reverse tug of war. They would take 2 fire hoses and they would try to spray it over the line. So yeah, it actually does work. Is a way to motivate things.
Anyway, there we go. So here they go. They go along, and then you got the shot from the credits where they're all stuck in the grate as the water empties out over them. And they've made it, though. They can get out here. So they make it out. As you see at the end of the scene, they start unscrewing the panel. And then you get quite a fucking impressive little jump from Lister here as he's boff down like that. And it is him. You know, no stuntman. That's Craig Charles for you. He goes, oh, thank God we made it. And then he walks in and he goes, oh, God.
Right back where they started.
Yeah. They're in the same place, yeah. As Crichton begins studying their map, a clatter issues from the wardrobe, and Cat stumbles out of the cupboard. Really, he obviously somehow ended up in there. He glances about, puzzled, but there are more important things to worry about. Crichton was holding the map upside down. Kochanski goes, oh, that's it. We're fried. Unless someone's got some really terrific sunblock. Crichton says, not necessarily, Mom. I excluded the doors from the shutdown override.
Dick.
He walks open to the door and opens the door.
So they
Says,
could
"In
have dropped
case
down any time.
anything happened."
Oh, yeah.
The whole thing.
This is Rimmer level of pettiness
Yeah.
that he achieved in
It's
this
true.
episode.
Well, he learned from the master.
Yeah, exactly.
So, so there you go. Crichton, is in deep shit now. Kat says, "You mean we spent the night crawling through one end of this ship to God knows where and back for absolutely no reason?" Lister says, "It was all pointless. You put me through that nightmare when we could just walk out the door any moment." Crichton goes, "Mm-hmm." And says, "Well, if you'll excuse us, we've got some serious reversing to do, but we'll talk about this over a cup of coffee and a hot branding iron," which of course is brilliant because it sounds like he would say brandy, but no, branding iron. And then Kochanski comes along and much calmer than she was at the beginning goes, "Well, night," and quite happily too. Crichton says, "Aren't you mad?" Well, the thing is that she's sort of gained something from it, as we're going to go into, but she is still definitely pissed off.
Oh, most
She says, so he says, "Aren't you mad too, Mom?" And she shakes her head a little bit. He goes, "No." He says, "You're not, are you?" And she says, "No." He says, "I think I understand. For you, the trek through the ducts was far from pointless. It was an emotional journey where you gleaned invaluable insights into your crewmates. This was your rite of passage. You feel enriched, wiser, and somehow bonded by this in a way that you never thought possible. Am I right?" She walks up to him, and while he was talking, she has armed herself with a spanner.
Yeah,
with her trusty bashing spanner.
And at this point, Kat and Lister have already left, obviously.
Yeah. She says, "Say Nurik." He says, "Nurik." And she smacks him on the head. He goes, "Oof." She says, "Say Rutut." He says, "Rutut." Bonk. She says, "Say Hanunga." He goes, Hanunga. Bang. Nurik. Nurik. Clang. Rutut. Rutut. Clang. Hanunga. Hanunga. Clang. Faster. Squealuckle. Squealuckle. Clang. Rutut. Oh, Rutut. Clang. Nurik. Oh, Nurik. Clang. Hanunga. Hanunga. Clang. Squealuckle. Squealuckle. Clang. Nurik. Nurik. Clang.
As the credits begin to roll.
But
that was a really great joke, though, right at the end, because it talks about the self-awareness of what this episode actually was, but then still actually ends it on a sight gag of just a payoff to the clanging
just
pipes.
desserts for Crichton and a callback to the beginning. Good episode.
So, I mean,
which is like you would expect from the series that they
People say that's one of the weaker ones, but I think it's great.
No, like I said, when I got to the end of this episode, I was like, oh, I want to watch the next one. Like, I literally was just it was all I could do to be like, no, I can wait. I can at least wait till tomorrow. I can watch the first time early in the week.
Indeed,
yeah.
Well, the next episode is Blue, which is the first episode I ever saw. And the one after that is Beyond the Joke, which is just fucking hilarious. But they're both very funny. There are two.
Thanks on standby, man.
Each one has a crazy scene in it, either right in the middle of Blue and right at the start. You get an extended VR sequence, AR sequence again in Beyond the Joke that is so fucking funny.
Right. And now that we've gone through the episodes, I just reiterate that, it was upon watching these that I was like, no, everything's still in perfectly good hands. Like this is just a new dynamic.
Yeah.
But it still works. It's still everything. Yeah. It's still all the things. And actually it's not going to.
It's very different. It's very
It's different. It's different, but in a good way. It's kind of how the way, music albums from an artist, some people put out the same album over and over and over and over and over again. And some artists actually kind of shift, and they'll have like these thematic elements in an album, and then the next kind of reinvention happens. So that's kind of the way that I took this, is that this is just the new path ahead, but it's still very talented, very capable, very skilled. This was to me, I mean, I can understand, I suppose, by some people were probably put off by it, but for me, like, no, I actually appreciate the challenge of it, and it's rising to that challenge. There
you go. There you go. I think it's worked. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong, and it's a little clunky in the last one because they're playing with some pretty high concept shit and bringing Kochanski in. This one gives you a real chance to get Kochanski, like all of her best and worst traits.
Yeah, and I think being able to watch the extended episodes, even though they don't have the laugh track, because it's actually establishing a whole bunch of character and things like that, it actually doesn't even hurt it all that much.
Yeah, I didn't miss it at all. Like, I mean, I watched the extended versions as well because I'm watching on my old DVDs. But I didn't miss the laugh track at all. It's just so well thought out. Like, and of course, like it's more character driven because we're having to bring in Kochanski, and she's done a really, really good job. And it just.
And giving her the payoff at the end of the episode,
it makes sense. Like as Red Dwarf, like if this is what's happened, this is how it would look. I think they nailed it. I love both of these episodes, and I think well done to Doug Naylor.
And it's interesting too because they've kind of shifted the dynamic that used to be inhabited by Rimmer and Lister to Crichton and Kochanski. And Crichton's being the Rimmer,
So Cat and Lister are the same.
But
we've got a new dynamic between Kochanski and Crichton.
We have the dynamic. They all have a new dynamic.
They all have a new dynamic. But what I'm saying is, there's still kind of a reference to that kind of antagonism between what Rimmer and Lister started as. Now they have found a way to go and put that into two characters that are already there that don't
Crichton
have
and Kochanski.
It
won't last though. They'll end up mates.
Clearly, but it's good at least for the transitional kind of callback.
I'm thinking of a particular scene from Series 8 that I won't go into until we get
there. You're talking about Crichton TV, or are you talking about the banner?
I'm talking about
the Have a Nice banner.
But I'm just saying in the way that this episode mirrors those early seasons of establishing the character dynamic, and so having that kind of antagonistic drive between two characters that are caught in a situation they can't get out of and are going to have to learn. So I thought it was really smart to do it in such a way because clearly Cat and Lister have been together through all this time. Crichton is having a complete and utter existential crisis. And it's now created a new dynamic to some degree between him and Lister. And then obviously, the last person that he wants to deal with is this new puppy, because now he's, this is basically Buzz Lightyear is coming in and Woody's, how dare you take Andy away from me kind of situation.
Yeah. It's like that. Yeah.
It also showcases how everyone reacts to the change. Like, you have Lister, who is head over heels. You have the cat, who is
lusting after a little bit.
And you have Crichton, who possibly because he's a mechanoid, he's used to the certain behavioral protocols and stuff like that.
He's become Lister's carer.
Yeah.
Role that he takes
he's someone who values the constant, like the specific constant. Now with Rimmer gone, and you having an element such as Kochanski, like very big waves there, especially towards Lister, who was the one who to repair him, like as per lore. You would have him completely freak out and it would be for a reason. Like it's not entirely unfounded to have it, and you showcase that really good here because he's really, really ready to go full-on paranoid android here when he foresees the future.
Well, for no matter how much he can offer Lister as a hetero life mate, as it were, kind of situation, like good bros, right? There's one thing that Kochanski can always have that he will never be able to facilitate, and that's whether that is made good on or not.
At least two, actually.
Well, there's a few things actually, but what I'm getting at is they all comprise under the same umbrella. But there's a kind of connection there that Crichton's never going to have with Lister, and that has gotten to him in a way that he's never had to deal with before.
Yeah, I mean Kochanski, just by being there, is immediately numero uno on Lister's list because she's the love of his life. She's the other part of his plan,
and an actual legitimate human, not just like because Cat is a humanoid, but he's
the love of his life too.
Right.
Yeah.
Like if you see the way it's written in the book, he is head over heels for her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Their relationship only lasts a couple of weeks, but he is absolutely, completely, and totally besotted with her. Absolutely. And then she discards him because she was just having a bit of fun.
Right. But again, this is the whole thing that I was talking about earlier.
But then she does also have feelings for him.
Well, yeah. But again,
and I mean, this Kochanski spent years in a relationship with another version of him, so it's obviously only amplified.
Right. And so this is trying to rekindle an old flame in a way of just, like I say, I think that this to her on some level is just ego boosting. You know,
imagine, right? You are Dave Lister. Okay, you have survived the apocalypse. Okay, you're the last man alive. You find out somehow you're going to have babies. Then you end up having them with yourself. But just before that, you find a picture of yourself married to the woman of your dreams.
Right.
And when you get there, you discover she's already married to another later version of you.
Right.
So you are like felted by yourself.
Right.
Okay. Fast forward several years later, you yet again defy the laws of physics, you know, and impossibility, and encounter another version of her from another dimension.
Mm-hmm.
And she's in love with another version of you.
Right.
And so again, you've been felted by yourself.
Always. Right. And so like that's like a great thing though.
What a fuck, man. What a goddamn
measure up to
motherfucker
who I am, even though I'm
it's
not.
Always just a version of you, slightly different, just a little bit better than you.
But never you.
All the more reason though for him to kind of always keep striving and working on himself to some degree.
It sucks though, doesn't it? It's really like that's the worst thing. Like felted by yourself. That's got to be worse than if it's your brother or if it's your mate. You know, it's yourself.
Right.
Because you know then that you've won, but you haven't.
Right.
Yeah, that's awful. I don't know what's worse. But there you go. Anyway, any other final thoughts on this episode?
I mean, I suppose the only thing that would that you could have as some kind of solace in that regard is that in some way, shape, or form, on a cosmic level, you actually have, you have measured up. Maybe you haven't as the individual, but
it's got to be like the worst kind of cock tease,
right?
Like you can get it,
yeah,
because another you has,
right?
Yeah,
but it's not.
But just not you.
Just not you, right?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, just not you. Yeah. Anyway,
not this Lister, another Lister, but
yeah, exactly.
You can't do that Lister if you make
all those episodes are great.
Yeah,
it would drive you nuts, though. It would drive you absolutely insane. You know,
endlessly so.
I don't know what's worse. What is worse? Like if it's your mate or your brother, or a parallel version of yourself. Like I guess maybe it is. I mean, it's more torturous immediately if it's another version of yourself, but at the same time, it also gives you more hope.
Right.
Maybe a foolish hope, like a hope that will never be.
Depending how many times it happens, by the way. If it happens more than once, then...
Well, see, that's the thing, is this keeps on...
Because if it's another version of yourself, then you can work on what you might... Like, you can observe that other version, then you can kind of work on the things that you lack and try then. But if it doesn't work, and you see another one of those, and then it becomes a full-end circle. Like, you see something that you don't have, and it's something that other people have. It's worse.
This is worse,
in my opinion.
This one's definitely worse. Because when he ran into his future self marrying Kochanski, it was just this future of him.
Yeah.
So he hasn't changed. He's just grown up a bit.
Right.
And he's now roughly that age in Red Dwarf, and it hasn't happened. So
but
then
so now he could be like the he could be the other version of him, and
but he's not though. So
he's not. That hasn't happened. Exactly.
It's like the universe is messing him exactly him.
Like hologram lister.
But instead, the version of him that he would need to become, presumably to get Kochanski, is so different from him because she has had years with him. All the time that he spent with Rimmer, she has had turning that Lister into what she wants Lister to be.
Right.
But the actual reality is she's probably more attracted to the real Lister. She just won't have it because her head kicks in and tells her, well, he's the unfinished version.
Right.
Even though she's probably wrong.
True enough. But that's that whole thing though, like that is getting established of women.
Women don't want a fop. They don't want soft men. They want someone who can fucking wreck them.
And that's why I said in that scene, where he's like, he stays too long and he offers to scrub her back. That's where he's fucking up.
He should have just swept her off her feet.
Either that or just fucking left and just like leave her to her imagination and get caught up in the idea of what the
either some sort of romantic statement followed by making his move,
right?
Or
which is what he was trying to do with the bath.
But then he fumbled because he half-assed it.
Right.
He was like, "Shall I go then? Shall I go then?"
Right.
He didn't just say, "Fucking hell, you're beautiful," and then tell her how crazy he is about her. At least she might have let him down gently, and then she would have had even more to think about.
Right.
Yeah.
At least he would have been decisive.
Right. But he peters out in more ways than one because
he just cucks himself. Yeah.
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 So there you go. Anyway, we'll have more opportunities to watch Lister felt himself trying it on with Kochanski.
We do have a bit of admin things to do.
But I do have a few things I need to do besides. But there we go, I guess.
Yep.
Anyway, T-Gap Steve says he should have left immediately instead of begging, so she doesn't see him doing good things for her as transactional. That's true too.
Yeah.
That's true too.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
The only other way that the romantic gesture move, if he'd done something like try to sweep her off her feet, would have worked, is if it seemed like it was unrelated, like he was just captured in a moment of passion.
Right, and that's why I don't think that hard light Lister would ever really measure up because again, he's compliant and pliable and
and he's
not
soft in bed.
That may be what she wants. That's not what she.
I bet he ain't banging her like he used to.
No.
Anyway, there you go. We're getting a lot of hundreds in the chat, so there you go. Anyway, guys, any final thoughts?
I like those 2 episodes. The change was done good, in my opinion. The shift has been very gradual. It's not a sudden shift in the tone. This is just a continuation. And I told John a little while ago when you were out, I didn't know that the show was on hiatus, and I definitely did not get that feeling. It's like 4 years they picked it right up, and it was basically like they haven't stopped. In my opinion, it was great. Those 2 episodes are definitely out there.
Yeah, I mean, all the things they had to deal with, right? You've had a 4-year hiatus. One of your main characters, probably the most developed and easiest to milk jokes from, wants to leave. And the other half of the writing team that created the show has left. And they still did it.
Yeah.
And it's still good.
And they did it good.
Yeah.
At least for now. I don't know the rest of the episodes, but
most people say these are the weaker.
I wouldn't worry. It's really good.
The next week is just a laugh riot. It's just constant, ridiculous, stupid laughter. And then you get 2 sort of dramatic episodes because actually something pretty fucking awful happened to Lister.
Right. Now, I don't know that these are going to end up in our all-time classic tier of the ranking list, but these are better than just funny. We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see how it stacks.
There's no point in even speculating right now.
Yeah, no. But we still have things to travel and experience through the remainder of because we're only halfway through this season right now. So, but I am more than ready to see where it goes next and what develops.
What the wino comment was about. But there you go. Are you drinking wine? No,
I'm drinking coffee.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. I don't give a shit. Sometimes I sit here and take shots. But this week I've been a
drink
good
White
boy.
Russians on Friday
I've
nights.
been a very good boy. Oh, you do?
Yeah, that's we started having party panel fratter days because they start on Fridays and end on Saturdays.
Right. Nice. I've been on a diet all week. Quite successfully, actually. If I do exactly what I did this week, next week, I'll be even skinnier by next week. So that's good. It is great, though. You like literally just drink shitloads of water, cut out carbs and cut out alcohol completely. And you can basically eat anything you want. As long as you... And I'm just counting calories.
Especially with where you live.
I'm eating like 1,600 calories a day.
Yeah, because where you live, your food isn't mostly poison like it is here. Because here in America, get rid of boxed foods. Those are food-like products. It's not food.
I mean, I don't do that. We've changed the way we budget everything now. So at the start of the month, or whenever I get paid from YouTube, which is tomorrow, I think. Then I just send all but the bare minimum that I would like to keep for my own amusement, send all of it to my wife, and then she goes with nephew to the market, and you can get I thought it was cheap living here. You can get like 60% off what I thought cheap was, right, if you do it her way. You know, she's like got chicken for me for a month. And it was like 50 quid.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I love nothing more than actually having a time of my day committed to making food and whatnot. Like that is one of the things I miss right now with the current situation.
I miss cooking. I don't have time to cook.
Yeah,
I'm working my ass off, all the time.
I've been returning to that ever since I got on my PTO. I also miss cooking. Now we would order takeout and stuff like that because we don't have time. It's great.
We used to do that, and we both got fat. So we stopped. Even today, I said to her, like, what do you want for dinner? And she was like, and I was like, oh, surely you don't want me to order a pizza. She's like, no. And I was like, good. I don't want one either. Not right now.
Oh, no. Yeah. I'm not kind of.
But so actually it turned out we had plenty of food from yesterday that we could just heat up and eat. So fuck it. But there you go. Anyway, that's the Filipino thing. Women do this in general, but Filipinos do it way more than anyone. Food. When there's a party, there were like 6 people at this party. We did and 2 babies, and she brought food for 20.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yep.
We had 2 shoe boxes of French fries.
Yeah,
like plastic shoebox sized containers of French fries, like 35 chicken wings, same nuggets, like bits of pork and various other things, and of course a drum of rice.
I really need to start.
I gotta do that when my dad visits. Sorry,
what, Rhoda?
Did you say, Rhoda?
A bass drum?
No, I mean just a big fucking container of rice.
Yeah.
But there you go. Anyway, look, I need to fulfill a couple of promises.
Indeed.
The first is Furious Dan jumped in earlier on. I don't know if he's still here, and asked me to have a look at this.
Yep.
Presumably the sequel to Me versus Gatwa. It's Toasty versus Mercante.
Yes.
So
this actually started on Friday night. These things.
Yep. I think he sent it in some chats.
Yeah. Well, on Friday night, when we were having the party or the panel party, Toasty started doing AI stuff, and that evolved into Dragon Ball Z versions of people, and so this Dan made this in basically a day. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, Dan made it basically in a day.
Yeah, cool.
You ready to quit yet? No, not even close.
It's like Wally versus a fucking chipmunk.
Yeah. but holy shit, that's a good one.
Oh, bosh. Knocked her out. Fuck. And you gave her Goku Black Rose hair as well. Pretty good.
Yep.
That's very good. How many clips do you use to make that? Like a few different shots.
I think he did a couple different, because the animation styles changed. So I think he flipped a few things.
You ready to quit yet? Oh, not even close. Not done yet.
Pretty great, man.
This is a great time to mention that this is.
You're gonna have to show me how you do that.
There is a longer cut that he's got. I'll send you a link to like the long cut thing because it's actually like about a 2-3 minute long animation scene. That's just one.
Okay, yeah, send me it sometime. We'll watch it tomorrow or something.
Mm-hmm.
And in the meantime, I need to honor the bar.
Indeed.
Yeah. Now, we constantly are watching the Metal Gear one. Do we want to watch it again, or should we watch another one?
I'll let other people decide because, well.
All right, pick one. I don't care.
Well, another one because Metal Gear doesn't have Claire.
I see. Okay.
I've seen your heart across the screen. Every cheer, every dream in between. You stayed up late. You pressed restart. You leveled up right off the chart. I'll show you something good tonight. A little shimmer in the neon light. You gave your time, your touch, your move. So now I'll show you something good. From velvet skin to crimson eyes. I'm your reward, your sweet surprise. You've been faithful, brave and true. Now I'll show all my thanks to you. A flicker, a glance, a dangerous grin. I promise to let the fantasy in. Your dreams have fed our mystic mind. So take a hand into the night. We'll show you something not just pixels in the light. You believed, you fought, you stood. Now we'll show you something good. No cheat codes, no hidden key, just pure affection. Faithfully, our hearts are yours. You understood. Now come and see. Something good. Something
Oh shit. Even though that wasn't the Metal Gear clip, somehow I've still managed to end up with Solid Snake.
Bruh.
Every time. Every time. More effective than Sex Panther, you know?
What the hell is even
Bruh.
that?
Could be worse. Could be worse.
Bruh. I need that sound, don't I?
Yeah, bruh.
Bruh. I need that one. I haven't uploaded it. I think I've got it somewhere, but I didn't upload it because I didn't want Hypno to think I'm ripping him off.
Right.
Bruh. But there you go. Anyway, thank you everybody. You guys are amazing. That's it. That's the show. Hope you enjoyed your boobies.
Yes.
And thank you very much. And yeah, let's do some outros. Oh, it's all out of order. Usually I do Helzo first. So Helzo, what are you up to?
Oh well, I will be attempting to stream more and do more videos now that I don't have to work for a month. And also something that I don't know if I've said, but I am dabbling in game development courses because I've been trying to get into that. Yeah, I've been having a ton of ideas and stuff like that. I even started drawing again, even though I suck at it, like some character
Mate, I
creations.
know how you
And
feel. I've had a novel in my head since I was
graphics on level
14.
4.
Yeah, playing Silk Song has helped me realize that I do want to do a 2D platformer game. And no, it's not gonna be a Silk Song clone. It's gonna be it's gonna just be like a test game, because I do want it. At least I have the music section sorted out already. And yeah, this is what's been like a passion of mine for years, but I never quite got around to it because of life. And now that I'm 35, in the height of my youth, I was like, yeah, this is a good time to learn how to code and operate on a game engine, because I have never had any idea. I don't have a slightest idea how to. I don't know.
You know, there's never a bad time to learn. There's never a bad time.
I know,
It's the
but
sort of
I
thing I
do
think
believe that
people
if I
should
was
do
in my
together.
20s, I would have had an easier time.
So what are you learning?
Unity, for starters.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
I got a YouTube channel with the full course, like 5-10 hour courses for 2D and 3D. And I'm just following along to see the basics, and then I'm gonna probably do some paid courses as well.
Unity is all right. My friend, he learned Unity, and then they went through their whole weird fuckery with trying to get money based off of sales and things like that, and so he switched over to working on Godot instead, and that's what he uses these days. But
yeah, I'm probably gonna be switching at a certain point, especially if it's specifically 2D. I know Godot is very good on it, but
Godot is good, but it is a different language, and it does have its own learning curve. But,
so Unity was like a proposed to me from some people that I know that said, if you want a little bit more beginner level, don't jump into the serious stuff, go to Unity first. It's a little bit more easy to understand. Again, I don't know the first thing about coding and stuff like that, so this is going to be a great experience to me. I don't know how it's going to go, but yeah, this is something that I'm trying to set up to pursue. And yeah, that's pretty much what's going on in my life.
I don't know how well the joke works internationally, but don't forget to tighten up the graphics on level 4. And you guys are probably, what the fuck does that even mean? There used to be a tech school that offered game design courses back in the 90s, early 2000s, and that was the setup. Like, they were coding on a PS2 and all this stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, complete trash commercial.
Right. Yeah. Sounds, you know.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
JNT Maxi has gifted a membership. One more for the Grift Force. Thank you.
Our favorite.
That's the new bar started. We are officially underway. Yeah, I saw somebody, I think, asked if we were drawing today. I would, but we're at 4 hours now.
We're going to give you
in the morning.
more for your money.
I have to get up in 4 hours, and I've been awake for 18. So
long weekend.
Need some sleep. Yeah. Tomorrow, hyperdrive time. I'll be doing it. We'll get probably the first hour and a half of topics. Then we'll smash out some jackbokes, and yeah, come join us for that. Hopefully, you can make it. We would appreciate it. And that's it. Yeah. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. China Hepcat. Okay. Says, what do we do now? Wait for Godot or Godot.
Yeah, I know everybody calls it Godot, but it's actually supposed to be Godot.
I know. I like doing it. Yeah. I like mispronouncing it, because when I was a kid, I saw it and I thought it was Godot. So and then of course we had that software that was called Godot.
Well, no, it actually this is the
Godot.
software. It is called Godot. Everybody just calls it Godot because
But Godot is also a book waiting for Godot.
Right, and that's what the name is actually
I can't remember.
based off of.
But there we go. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't understand. Like, some people have different names in their handles, and I don't know. Like, Like I
Who's who
recognize
just
most
yet?
people by their either the name or their picture, but then when
That
it
is
comes up with
evidently
a different
site-wide
name,
now. It is
Yeah.
site-wide
Yeah, because
entirely.
that's what happened when you were creating your YouTube account and you had like an at name and a screen name years ago.
You
And
can
now,
change your at name
Yes.
if you want to find a way to get it back to what people normally know you as. You just,
yeah, you can
but
do it. It's a
but
pain in
the
the
sad
ass.
thing is that apparently the at infestation is taking over, and that's what's gonna be because it's in my
Oh, of
channel.
course, it's
in every channel,
Justin.
you
Of
know.
course, it's Justin. I knew that. I knew that. Fuck.
Okay.
Sorry, Justin.
Yeah,
I
I've
was
been
like
having these same.
totally drawing a blank on the picture. I was like,
Yeah.
I know that picture. I know that picture. Who the fuck is it? It's going to drive me nuts, you know? But there we go. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate you. Of course, I should have clocked that from China in the name. But there we go. I'm an idiot and I'm very tired. So sorry.
It's all right.
Yeah, the at thing is fucking bullshit. YouTube, undo it. It's stupid. Why can't we have both?
The
We were
only
fine.
benefit to it is it will kind of keep Kira at bay.
The self-felt.
I
God.
have a button for that. Don't worry.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
cool. Loser. Imagine that. All the names they call me. And then and all the negative, horrible fucking shit they say about me. And my response is still, well, as pathetic as you try to portray me, you're more pathetic.
Yeah.
Stalking me.
Right. Because their whole thing is trying to dox other people as they hide behind anonymous masks. And the furthest thing that they would ever want to do themselves is be exposed. Because, you know, that would be my challenge to Kira is use your actual fucking name. But you won't
True
because
story.
you're not any of these things that you
Yeah.
proclaim to be.
No,
story,
I
I
think
didn't
the
think
meds
they could do
are going away. Like the meds are ending.
Yeah, that's okay.
About this
Go
time
back
of
in like
the
that.
month.
Pretty soon life will teach them a lesson they won't forget.
Yeah.
Anyway, James OP for $5 reduce says you can change your at name, but they are unique and one of a kind. It did not stop that retard the other day.
Mhm. Well, that's because that
Unfortunately,
retard has multiple accounts.
yes, indeed. That account has no life.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you, James. Appreciate you, buddy. Always.
You cannot be held accountable.
Mr. Sardock says it's called the Banhammer.
Mm-hmm.
Damn right it is. The Banhammer.
Not quite Frankenstein, but we got a kitty.
It's not quite Frankenstein, but it's still a cat.
Yeah.
Hey, Will, I send you another video, says Furious Dad. Uh-oh.
It's probably
What
another
have
clip
we
from
done
the longer cut, I would imagine.
I don't.
No, like I said, that whole fight sequence takes about 2-3 minutes, so I imagine it's probably another clip from the larger cut.
Where did you send it? Because I can't. Oh, it's
This is
on
on
X.
X.
Where did you go?
I think he tagged you.
Yeah. Well, while Will's looking for that, maybe we should continue on. Rhoda, what you got going on?
Yeah, Rhoda, give us your outro, mate.
From like Tuesday onwards, we're gonna have a lot more like actually planned out shit going on my channel between now and Tuesday. Something might happen, something might not. Little bit chaotic at the moment, so it is what it is. Lots of people going sick and lots of people covering people going sick, so like I've not known what I'm doing from 1 hour to the next. But yeah, from Tuesday, Structure is coming back and I will be here. What's a really funny thing to say after that?
Bazinga?
Yeah, okay, Bazinga. That'll do. That'll do.
It's not really funny.
Hopefully, I should be back to normal next week. I know I've said that for the last 3 weeks, but hopefully I'll be
Don't
back.
worry,
to
I'm the
normal
king
next
of
week.
hoping and wishing that things will get back to normal.
You know, here's the thing, Rhoda, that you just need to accept this is the normal.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, we had a really successful test on my channel last night that I told you about backstage before we went live. So, yeah, I can do everything that I want to do. It's just a case of finding the time to do it.
Yeah,
And,
if you
like,
need help with that, you know, I get a hold of me outside of the stuff, and we'll see what we can manage.
Cool. And Roadkill also. Sorry, were you done? I thought you were done then.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you are good, right? Okay, sorry. I thought I cued it right, but then I suddenly thought maybe I was. Roadkill for 199 says, "Bro, I'm just here because Empress paid me."
Well, then thank Empress for the $1.99.
Thank you, Empress.
Those are Bulgarian wages, by the way.
Right. That's what
She had to work really hard for that $1.99.
Jesus Christ.
Because it's been turned into U.S. currency.
Yeah,
facilitator.
39 cents, yeah?
No. That was $1.99 of U.S. currency, so I can't imagine how much it is in Bulgarian.
Ooh.
I see.
That's rich.
And Furious Dan has shared this with me. So let's have a look. Oh, no sound? Or is there sound?
Oh, this might be the longer cut. This is minute 12.
Is there a reason I'm not hearing anything?
It's because the intro.
Oh, there we go.
Detective, I've been ready all night.
Oh, this is actually something new.
Keep up. Got you. Not for long. Ha, you're tough.
Ready to call it a night, Mary?
Not a chance.
Then let's finish this.
Bring it.
Checkmate.
Ready to quit? Not a chance. Let's see you dodge this. Still standing? Always.
Yeah, pretty good.
Ready to quit?
Tougher than you look. I'm not done.
Bring it.
Not done yet. Let's finish this. Stay down. It's over.
Indeed. Making progress. It's getting far better at doing the promptings and whatnot.
I was kind of like, my brain was going, and then I was like, oh, that's the end. Oh, I was looking forward to more. Yeah, well
That's
done,
scary.
man. Very good.
That is
That's
scary,
fucking
by the
cool.
way.
Well done.
I think the next phase is to start taking those clips and then actually doing non-linear editing and getting things a little bit more but great progress.
And you're going to have a full-blown anime.
Okay, John, what's going on with you?
Well, of course, I'll be back here
What
again
is it?
tomorrow. Right, yeah, I'll be back here with you guys again tomorrow for some Jackbox game time, even though it's the day off, so that'll be nice. And otherwise, you can always find me here with Will and Rhoda throughout the week on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and then, of course, on Sundays here as well, along with Helzo at this time. But tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, we'll probably have another panel show on Toasty's channel, still exclusively on Rumble until January. And as I said, we do that throughout the week, Sundays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, starting at 8 p.m. Meant to have an episode of the Jester's Act yesterday, but since Thanksgiving is this week, Jester at the last moment while we were in the midst of doing the Weekend Culture said, "Hey, can we put this off till next Saturday?" I'm like, dude, personal life always, yeah. So we'll be doing that at 2 p.m. Eastern. But as I mentioned at the start of the show, I'll mention again at 11 a.m. Eastern on Saturdays. Do the Weekend Culture on Honey Badger Arcade, which can be found on YouTube and Rumble. And I definitely would suggest to anybody who's interested in the Great Rebellion and showing support to cult games and trying to get the word out about the way that Nintendo is completely fucked in the Nintendo of America and Nintendo of Europe offices, to go watch the video from yesterday. We did a 90-minute interview with the creators from Cult Games, specifically Roland and Edmund. And there might have even been some exclusive information that has only come out in that interview that if you watch till the end, you'll find out. But yeah, that of course is every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern, and also Jester's Act is also on YouTube or Rumble, so wherever you want to catch it, it's there. But other than that, yeah, just be busy doing production stuff this week, and because we are putting off the episode till next Saturday, I actually have a little bit more open availability. So Rhoda, get a hold of me either tomorrow or on Wednesday, whichever day works for you a little bit better. Maybe we can do some stuff on your studio, and I will just keep busy plugging away on helping other people out and starting to cobble together my own stuff for my own channels that should be, in process to coming to fruition. I don't want to give any timeline just yet, though. But other than that, been a great hang today, as they always are. Thank you, everybody who hung out with us for the last 4.5 hours for this fun-filled foray into time in Red Dwarf and space. Quality audience, as always. Appreciate every last one of you. With that said, though, you all have a wonderful week going forward. Of course, safe travels ahead, and definitely be awesome as always. So.
A few moments later.
Monologues.
He does a lot of stuff. He does a lot of stuff.
I do a lot.
Anyway, yeah, no, that's great, man. I'm glad you're busy. That's really cool. Yeah, I'm still ticking along. Might be grabbing a little extra work here and there, as well as doing all my YouTube stuff. And yeah, that's it. Video out an hour ago, and again in a couple of hours. And hyperdrive time tomorrow. Topics, then Jackbox. Then same as always. Tuesdays, WTF, and Thursdays and Sundays, and every other day hyperdrive time. So see you on all of them. Thank you, guys. You've been awesome today. And these were great episodes as well. Appreciate the panel. Appreciate all you guys. Oh, God, I keep clicking that stupid thing. It doesn't work properly. Thank you to St. Hugo, Noel Kerins, Sardot, Rhoda, Dan, uafomega, Rhoda again. Disgusting. Thank you. And St. Hugo again, T-Gap Steve, with the 20 months, 20 members, and $20. Thank you. Jesus. Disgusting again, rounding it out. Then uafomega with 7 memberships. Fucking hell. T-Gap Steve again, Jen, Justin, James Op, Sardok, Furious Dan, Roadkill. You guys are all fucking legends. Thank you.
We ended on 69.
We ended on 69. Perfect. Hell yeah. The magic number. And that's it. I need to update the credits. It's really time. It's been like a month. And so I'm going to do that. Now that I've said it, should happen in about a week. Make sure you like the stream before you leave. You're right, Fox Hills. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate you all. See you tomorrow. Take care. Spike your hair. Fuck Disney. Fuck Nintendo. Fuck anyone who doesn't like me, because I'm awesome. And yeah, no, of course. Question everything. Respect the fans. Check out the Discord link below. Boys of the fans. We'll see you next time. Peace.